Okay, we're both connected and everything, right? We're in here.
We're in here.
So we just got Patrick his lost shotgun back. We did that. Now we have a curious game. Page 113. You ready to go for that?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Curious game. Okay, let me just lower this volume on the music. We can play the little thingy here. How do I find it?
Gavaden ambush. "5 minutes!" Patrick's senior employee called from near the back of the room. Her staunch voice and mannerisms were at odds with her delicate features. "Finish up!" Nightingale bounced over towards the woman. Patrick's employee was slouching on the bar with a pad of paper on her lap and a clock just beside her. Nightingale approached, trying to look as friendly as she could. "Hey, you..." Nightingale fumbled the introduction. "The name's Charlotte," the girl responded, not looking away from the clock. "Hey, Charlotte." Nightingale couldn't quite keep herself from rushing over her words. "What's everyone playing? It looks fun." That got her to look up. There was disbelief in her expression. "Abraxas," she said, looking at Nightingale's blank stare. "You know, battle dice?" "Oh!" Nightingale turned away. To her surprise, Rook had been following close behind her. He already had something in hand, a little bag of dice. He looked down at her and shook the bag in front of her. "Looks like the round is almost over. You want to try playing, Knight?" "You play this game?" Nightingale raised her eyebrows. Remy poked up beside Rook, tugging something out of her satchel. Sure enough, it was her own set of dice. "You don't?" Nightingale looked around for support. "Zeke?" "I've never heard of it either. Probably too common for people like us." Zeke straightened in an obviously try-hard regal pose. Charlotte spoke up from behind her, sounding bored again. "It's 5 gold for each of you if you'd like me to add your names to the roster. That's 20 total." She extended a hand towards them, but was still watching the clock.
Okay. Does the party have 20 gold and want to play? Did we already do our shopping and stuff from the last thing?
Yeah.
We have exactly 20 gold.
Right, yeah, it's fate. Well, I mean, have you monkeyed around with the Abraxas battle dice? Is it worth it?
Yeah.
All right, then, yeah, let's do it.
Alright, so we now have 0 gold. Learning Abraxas battle dice, page 114. Let's see here.
Learning Abraxas battle dice. "All right, everybody, take a seat." Charlotte pulled over a chair at one of the empty tables, sitting on it the wrong way and setting down several bags of dice in front of her. "I can't believe we're doing this," Zeke muttered, glowering at Rook. "We could be out there killing real monsters, and we're going to sit here and play pretend?" "What we're fighting might not be real," Remy spoke up before Rook could. "But the stakes are. It's the thrill of battle without the danger. Like the bellicose arena. It's like going to the arena to cheer for your favorite team, but more accessible." "Oh," Zeke said with some understanding. Every institute in Middara had a bellicose arena team. Zeke could watch them play back in Alinea proper. However, his favorite team always lost. Charlotte smacked the table loud enough that Zeke almost jumped. "Hey everybody, shut up! I don't have all night. Get your dice and we can go over the rules." "A rude game store employee. Never met one of those," Rook said, smiling at her. Charlotte glared back with eyes like daggers.
Okay. Read page 71 of the rulebook and play a game of Abraxas against the pirate wench. Yeah. So let me just take a glance at this rule book here.
I
Actually,
believe it's moved to page 85.
Is it 85 in your version?
Yeah.
I might be looking at the wrong version. A lot of...
I have the rulebook 1P2 beta January 2022.pdf version.
Oh, yeah, that's not the one I was looking at. Oh, I have that one, though. I just opened up the wrong one. I don't know if they changed anything about this, but, you know. Page 85. Okay, here we go. Reading.
Okay, I think I got it.
Locked in. I remember this now. Pretty interesting.
Middara Yahtzee, basically.
Everybody makes one more roll. So compare the symbols. You lose a point for every extra or missing symbol. If you lose all your points, you're out of the game. If you match the symbols exactly, you gain 1 Abraxas. So yeah, we try to not have anybody lose all their Abraxas points. And the more of us that survive to the end of the 5 rounds, the better rewards we get. Because we get all of the reward levels added together. If you know, so...
Right.
If we have all 4 of us, we get a common unique, a common relic, 25 gold, and 4 consumables if we all make it. So the Pirate Wench card, the Abraxas this is the Abraxas card. Oh, you're separating out the dice for us. Nice. So what is it? One person gets blue and gray, green and red, teal and orange. And white and purple? Yeah.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
So, it says each round, draw a different rare weapon and add its symbols to the Pirate Wench. So, we need a rare weapon. So, two shields, a star, plus the 2 shields and 2 books that are on the bottom here. That's what we're trying to get, exactly.
Okay, and everyone is trying to get that, or the team's trying to get that as a whole?
No, each individual person is trying to get that.
Okay.
So 4 shields, 2 books, and a star.
Now, I assume this isn't cumulative. Like, the weapon just changes every round. It doesn't just keep adding symbols ad nauseum.
No, it just changes every round, yeah.
Okay.
So, let's all roll our dice. Oh, you know what we need? We need things to track. We need to be able to track our, Abraxas points and... I can't grab all these and move them? I can. So set one of them, the health thing, to 10 and the other one to 5. Okay. So I got a shitty roll over here. I remember a long time ago I had some good strats that I'd figured out for this, but I don't remember the strats anymore. I guess I'll lock in this die. But yeah, you don't have to lock in any if you want to spend a fate point. But you've already locked some in. Okay, so now we go for round 2 of the rolling.
So I assume you want this many and exactly that many, like...
Yeah, exactly that
penalized
many. If you
over.
go over, you lose points too. So like here I've already got a book locked in. I've got this nice 2 books, a shield and a star, but if I lock that in, then I've already gone 1 over on books.
Yeah.
Kind
And
of
you can't
deal.
change the ones you previously locked in.
Mm-mm. I think I'm gonna lock this in anyway. Oh, these are not good. I'm gonna spend a...
Hey, Nox.
Hey, Noxus, I'm gonna spend a fate point here to not have to lock any of these in. Okay. Are you ready? Are you done with this round? Oh, no, you're not. Okay, that's fine. Take your time. Hey, Nox. Good to see you. How you doing? I liked your email, Nox. I haven't had time to respond to the latest round of emails, but, sorry to hear about your father passing. It's a real bummer.
Yeah, that was a good mail.
So you used a fate point to not
Yeah.
keep any of these? Okay, so now we can roll again. I mean, you don't have to get it perfectly every time. It's okay to lose a few points here and there because you do have 10 points for the whole thing, so... of, like, health or whatever. I've got a lot of books, though. I'm gonna not lock these in.
Hold on, I gotta check one thing in the rules real quick.
Okay. think the fate points are for the entire 5 rounds, too, so you don't get very many of those.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that, and then... Alright, I'm ready.
You fell asleep for a bit due to the work demon immunity. Oh, did you have work demon immunity today because of the holiday? That's cool if you did. Alright, we're ready for the next round?
Yeah.
Okay. Oof. Oh, I guess I'll take that and... Yeah, I'm starting to remember some of the strategies, which was like, sometimes it's good to lock in blank dice with no symbols.
Yeah.
Just so you don't go over, you know? Ready, or,
Yeah, I've worked myself into a
still?
situation here where I need 1 shield and 1 star and nothing else, and I don't think that's possible. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
ready.
unlikely. Yeah, it's not exactly the same as Pickpocket, but it is an in-game dice game with its own special rules, Nox. Called the Braxis Battle Dice. Okay. Nobody has 4 locked in yet, so... Oh, fuck my life. I got way too many books over here.
Yeah, I think I'm going over as well. By 1 book on this guy. By 2, I think, over here. So what we need, 4 shields, 2 books, and a star. Is that it?
Yeah. I guess I'll... Oh. So you got 4 locked in, 4 locked in, 4 locked in. So I have 1 person here that doesn't have 4 locked in. So they get 1 final roll and must take it. So this could be
Okay.
awful. Okay. I didn't do too well this round.
Yeah,
So,
I don't feel like I did either.
like, I'm over 3 books over here. Everything else I've got exactly. So I'm going to lose 3 health. Two books. I'm going to lose 4 health on this person. That's way too much health to lose on the first round.
Yeah.
Alright, well, we can go for round 2. Oh, so for round 2, we change this card out. So now what we need is 3 shields, 2 books, and a star.
Okay.
How do you have emotes for all of that, Nox? What the fuck? You done with that round?
Yeah.
Alright. Hmm. Guess we're all ready for the next one.
Yeah.
Fuck. Gonna spend a fate point to not take these dice.
Oof.
Yeah. So much oof. So much oof. Guess that's not the end of the world. This is kind of the end of the world, though. Guess I gotta do it. Oh, and now we've got people with 4 locked in, so my person with 1 locked in has to roll 1 last time. It does say 1 more roll and must lock in. Okay, fuck. I need a blank. That's not a blank. Alright, well, I'm about to take massive pipe.
Yeah, I did not do great here either.
Take 2 damage on this guy. I think I'm 4 over. I don't think this character's gonna make it. Only 2 health left. Now, you get 1 back if you match the symbols exactly.
Oh, nice.
That's hard to do, obviously.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, we're ready to start the next one, yeah?
Yep.
Alright, so we get another card. On this card,
Oh, boy.
there's 2 shields, 2 books, and a star. So we need 4 shields, 4 books, and a star. Needs more cure wounds, yeah. No kidding, Nux. Alright, 4 and 4 and 1. For that. Am I, though? Yeah. Like, if you were real clever, you could look at what all the faces on the dice actually have and do, like, some probability calculations of what are you most likely to roll on the dice you have left and all. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
you could game it out if you really wanted to, but I don't know. I don't have the brain capacity to do that. Ready?
Ready. I think I'm gonna mess you up, bud.
Why?
because I just rolled on both of these exactly what I need to match it.
Oh, so you're going to spend fate points to lock in an extra die?
I'd like to, if it doesn't mess you up too much.
It'll probably be okay. Let's see. Got 3 books and 2 shields. If I can get a blank on this red die. There's a 2 in 6 chance of getting a blank on this die. If I lock this in, I've got exact. But only if I get a blank on my last roll here. Whereas this one, still need 1 book and 1 shield. So you're locked in, huh?
Yeah.
So I have to roll each of these one more time. Yes, I got a blank. So this actually matches exactly. And
So
this
does that...
one...
Oh, no,
What?
you're missing a book.
Missing 1 book, but that's not bad. So let
No,
me
that's a
just
really good outcome.
verify that I actually am matching it exactly. 4... Yeah, so I get a point back. So do you, if you're matching exactly. Over
Yep.
here, I just lose 1. Alright, so that round went pretty good for us. Yeah, get a new card out. What do we have this time?
2 shields and a star, so I think that was the same as the first round.
Yeah, so 4,
Okay.
2, 1. Two books, 4 shields, and 1. Okay. Like, I don't know if you know this, Tim, but each alternate dice color has more books or more shields. That's why
Right.
these specific colors are paired up.
Yeah, and I think it's probability is the same. Like you don't have a better chance with those higher dice of getting symbols, right?
No, the symbols are exactly the same with all these pairings. But, like, your white dice might have more books and your purple dice might have more shields, or vice versa. Alright, well, guess we're ready, huh? Okay. Just take a sheet. Alright. Okay. Uh-oh, what did Knox say? Are you able to get away with 1 less because being the last one to lock in, you had to book it, so you could use that to fill in the one you're missing. Yes, there you go, Knox. Oh. I'm gonna take a risk here. Alright.
Here we go.
Here we actually go. Okay. This isn't bad. I only lose 1. This... I only lose 1. So I can live with that. You can still use a fate token on this round if you need to.
Well, I used 1 on each of them last round, so I'm locked in. I just
Ah.
basically have to re-roll these 2 and accept my fate.
Alright then. So let's see. 1 book over. And I'm matched other than that. So I lose 1 here. Short a star, so I lose 1 here. Alright. That's not bad. Still hanging in there, but
2 each.
you're doing much better over there than I am, though. Is this the last round?
This is the last round, yeah.
Okay, cool. So all I have to do is just not lose 2 on this character. And...
You got a nice stock of fate points on number 1 over there.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, might as well use up fate points as necessary. So this time we've got Gravedigger's Mistress. Two shields. So it's the same thing. 4
Same.
shields, 2 books, and a star. Wow, look at this roll on the blue and gray. All
Whoa.
4 blanks. Should I take one of these blanks, or should I... wait, when you use a fate token, you get to reroll all your dice, right? Or no, you don't reroll your dice, you just don't lock in one.
Right.
Guess I'll spend 1. Probably foolish, but... just gonna take a shield. Okay, ready.
Alright. God, I want to spend... Can you spend more than 1 fate point?
Well, there's no benefit to spending more than 1, is there?
If you want to lock in more than 1 extra dice, I guess.
Oh, yeah, I suppose you can. Yeah, you can.
Well, I don't want to necessarily end the round for us if people are... because our player number 1's still chasing everything, right?
Yeah.
So player number 4 matches exactly. I'll go ahead and just spend 1 fate point to lock in a blank and hope I roll another blank.
Yeah, because you got 6 health over there, so you can afford to be off some. You could probably roll literally anything on this last die and it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Whereas we're cutting it. I haven't chosen what to do over here. I guess I'll do this. And over here I'll do this. Okay. Ready?
Ready.
Too many books. This isn't great. I'm gonna spend another fate point here.
I'm going to spend my last fate point on number 4, just so we can keep rolling.
Okay. Can't handle that many books. I'll die.
And I do have to lock in this dice, so I've got 4 locked in on player 4.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'd lose 1. I'd lose 2, and I'd have 1 left. Oh, but this still has to come up as a blank if I do that. Alright, I'm gonna use fate points here on 3 and 3. Now, I'm going to use all my fate points here. I mean, I'm just trusting to pure luck for the last roll, I guess. Since now you have 4 locked in, I'm required to... oh, I'm going to be super fucked here. Alright, well... yeah, this character's dead. Did this one survive? Oh, I got it exactly, actually, over here on this
Oh,
one.
nice.
So, I assume both of your characters survived?
Yep, they made it.
Cool, so we got 3 out of 4. 3 out of 4 is not bad.
Yeah.
So, we get 4 random consumables, 25 gold, and a random common relic. Hold on a second. Yeah, so we lost the original 20 gold. So we basically made 5 gold and got an item and some consumables back.
Okay.
So 25 gold. Random common relic. Got a fortune cookie. Oh, and it's a flip? That's kind of a shitty relic. You might want it. You probably don't. And you roll
Here's
these.
the...
So we
Yeah,
got
not great, but...
throwing knives and juice boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so this other stuff needs to go back. It's kind of a fun little dice game, though. You have to think about it.
Yeah, I like it. I don't want that relic, really.
Yeah, nobody
I mean,
wants
hold
that
on
relic.
to it, but...
Apparently we're going to be playing Abraxas 4 times, because there's 4 Abraxas cards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, nobody's probably going to take that relic. Do you want to throw it in the stash, or do you just want to sell it right out, straight up?
I kind of actually do like the effect, so hold on to it for now. I'm just curious
All
to
right.
see if I find myself wanting it in the next few encounters.
Consumables wise, I'm pretty much all full on items here, so I'm not
Same.
going to equip any of those. So all those are going straight to the stash?
Yep.
And this in the stash too?
Right.
Oh, we're starting to accumulate some shit now. As far as consumables go.
Oh, so that's all this side quest is just a round of Abraxas battle dice.
That's literally it, yeah.
Okay.
So now we have to decide if we want to attempt the bounty. The 2 skull bounty, the one that comes with the game, which is this one, the Blighted Terror.
This is our first opportunity to do so, right?
I think so. Now, I've played this bounty once, and it was hard as a motherfucker. So my suggestion is we don't attempt it yet.
Okay.
Now,
Do
there is some...
uncommon?
Do you what?
Do you want to be like in the uncommon loot tier before we, or what are you thinking?
I don't know if we'll be able to get uncommon loot before we lose the chance to do it. That's the thing, is you don't know whether the bounty will be available the next story round you get. I mean, in this case, it will be, because it just first popped up. But if you wait too long, you can get to a point where you can no longer do a 2 skull bounty unless you just want to cheat or whatever. But, like, I mean, we could attempt it, because the rule is if you attempt a bounty, you know, you're getting loot as you're going through it.
Right.
Even if you die and fail, you get to keep anything you found, and then you can just attempt it again the next story round. So there's really not anything to lose, per se, from attempting it, other than just kind of taking a long time and not actually being able to finish it. So it's up to you, Tim. Want to try it or not?
No, I think I'm gonna adhere to the advice of skipping it the first time at least, or maybe
and
not.
It's
jumping
pretty
right in.
lengthy. I think it's got at least 3 encounters, and they're pretty
Okay.
hard. Especially the last is real hard.
Yeah, then my vote is to continue on with the main quest here.
Okay, so continuing on with the main quest. Nox says all the characters are quite relic wary of it. Relic wary. I don't remember what the last thing happened in the... So I guess we're ready to bust out the next story section, huh?
Yeah.
Imprisoned by mistake. There we go.
Main quest. Imprisoned by mistake. All right, this is the place. Patrick stopped, looking up at the little stone manor, Isling's place. Let's just take it slow, okay? She's got some real reasons to be upset with the Black Hand. If we can keep her cool, maybe we can talk her into turning herself in. I doubt it. Remy flexed her wings, looking back at the house. It was the smallest in this row, yet expensive enough to be made of stone instead of wood, with the back half cut into the cliff. All right, I'm ready. Me too, Nightingale said, doing a little hop to hype herself up. Let's get that info. Patrick was the first to the door. He knocked rapidly, pressing his face to the wood. Isling, it's me. Open up. The door swung open. Isling pulled Patrick into an embrace, burying her head in his shoulder. Patrick, thank God you're here. I think I screwed up. You could say that again, Remy muttered. Who are... Isling released him, looking back at them. Your friends from the inn, she asked, confused. What are they doing here? I brought them to help. He glanced over his shoulder at the street. There were several other houses nearby, and the streets were busy with passerbys. Can we come in? People can hear us. Oh, right. Isling stepped out of the way, waving for them to come in. Sure, come in. Isling's home was Spartan, with bare stone walls and little furniture. They made their way to a sitting room without enough chairs. Remy didn't really try to keep the anger from her tone as they walked. So, were you trying to cook us alive back at the informant's house? Or was that only meant as casual arson? Isling took one of the two chairs while Patrick took the other. She looked up from her fumbling with a little leather satchel she'd been wearing, eyes wide with guilt. Oh no, Isling yelped, one hand over her mouth. Were you in there? Yeah, Nightingale answered before Remy could, resting one hand on Remy's shoulder. We were in the basement investigating the murder. Oh God. Isling hung her head into her lap, hair covering her face. I'm so sorry. I never planned. She looked up. Patrick, I didn't mean to use the damn thing, but he caught me and we fought and... She shivered, wiping at her face with one hand. I've never seen so much blood in my life. Remy didn't give her a moment's peace. Why did you have to loot the place? We wouldn't be here if you just left well enough alone. Isling was stammering, barely able to form coherent sentences. I didn't know what to do. I just grabbed what I could and ran. She looked back to Patrick. I was hoping to get something we could use to finally prove how crooked Grace Zhang really is. Get her ties to the Black Hand out in the open. She opened the satchel. Sure enough, it was stuffed thick with black ledgers and a loose sheaf of paper, all splattered with something red, brown, and foul. There was something else crammed in there too, something square and faintly glowing, but Remy didn't get a good look before Isling snapped the satchel closed again. What does the Black Hand do exactly? Nightingale asked. King Balthazar is my father. If it's that serious, I'm sure I could convince him. Balthazar's daughter? Isling perked up. My lady. She nodded respectfully. Had I known Patrick brought you, I'd have shown more respect. Just answer the question, Nightingale muttered. Well, fencing stolen property you already know. They don't really much care what something does so long as it'll fetch a high price. Her expression darkened and she glared down at the satchel. They take no responsibility for what they sell or to whom. So when innocent people die, well, not their problem. Of course, it's much worse here in Romstead. Drug rings, prostitution, protection rackets for every business in town. And Malik, I've seen him. Remy couldn't take it anymore. Shut up! She glowered down at Aisling. I don't care what you think about my father, but don't lie about him to my friends. Maybe his people sometimes forget to ask about where things come from. That doesn't mean he's a killer. Aisling stiffened, rising from her seat. Your father? The pain was suddenly gone from her voice, which grew cold. She stared at Remy, as though seeing her for the first time. Your father ruined my life. Your father murdered my family. Your father... Remy smacked Aisling across the face so hard it made her hands sting. Aisling reared back, digging for something in her satchel. Fearing it was a weapon, Remy reached for hers, but she wasn't fast enough. With impossible speed, Rook was between them. He shoved both of them on the shoulder so hard that they went tumbling to the floor. Remy scrambled to a crouch. Rook glowered down at them both. Hey, he folded his arms. Don't. Nightingale cleared her throat. She faced Aisling. Whatever happened, our friend had nothing to do with it. Remy's been at the Institute with us for the last 2 years, so I'm sure... She sighed. Look, I already told you who I am. Give me those ledgers and I'll deliver them to the king personally. No fighting through bureaucrats. No making your case to the court. I'll make Balthazar listen. But it's important we get those. See, we're pretty sure you picked up... Something crashed down the hall, causing Remy to jump. City Watch! Shouts and pounding footsteps echoed through the building. Remy's head twisted back around and she saw uniforms rushing toward them, weapons drawn. Wait! Nightingale screamed, panicked. Remy scrambled to her feet just in time to see Aisling leap up and through a nearby window. Before the guards could reach them, she rolled out onto the street, the satchel over her shoulder as she vanished down an alley. Seconds later, they were all in irons.
Oh no! We've been arrested.
I like the pronunciation of irons.
Irons, like Jeremy Irons.
Right.
Exactly how people say it. Yeah, okay. This Aisling person is obviously trouble. I like how Remy is in so much fucking denial about her dad being a supervillain, though. She's like, maybe they forget to ask where things came from. Yeah. Okay. You're trying pretty hard there.
I'll admit my father's organization appears to have a few bureaucratic problems, but that doesn't mean he's a killer.
There's like heads on pikes outside of his house. Okay. Continue to the Grace of Romstead. You ready for this one?
Yeah.
All right.
The Grace of Romstead. Zeke had been looking forward to visiting Romstead Castle, with its buttressed balconies lofting almost 50 feet over the crashing waves. He hadn't imagined he'd be dragged up the drawbridge in shackles. He found it hard to appreciate the ancient bas-reliefs that lined the throne room with cold iron digging into the skin of his wrists and ankles. Even so, it was impossible to miss his cousin's unusual additions. Elegant landscapes had been replaced with paintings and sculptures depicting the finer parts of the human form. To put it lightly, other pieces of the castle's original decor had been defaced, painted over with band logos, or just blacked out to give the new additions a sleazier backdrop. I hope you assholes realize who you arrested, he muttered. My cousin Grace isn't gonna be happy you treated me like a common criminal. The guards wilted under his anger as they'd done several times before. Sorry, we have our orders, someone said, not meeting his eyes. Please don't take it that way, sir. We don't mean anything personal, but Grace is the one who sent us. The guards didn't release them, and soon enough they had reached the throne. Malik Moretti paced back and forth behind the throne as they approached, looking less together than they'd ever seen him. His hair was frazzled along the edges, and there were deep bags under his eyes. Grace looked a little more composed, though there was something of terseness as she spoke. Idiots! I said bring them here, not parade them through the city like captured pickpockets. Get those damned manacles off. Told you! Zeke spat at one of his captors. The guards bowed, and with a few clanking sounds, he was free. They moved between the rest of his friends, unlocking their bindings, or in Rook's case, untying as there were no manacles wide enough for his Herculean wrists. I'm sorry, cousin. Grace waved one hand dismissively, and the guards hurried for the doors. This left only the 5 of them and Grace and Malik behind the throne. I expected a little more discretion from my staff. We do have a few questions for you, Malik said. Remy, Grace told me you were seen at the murder victim's house before it burned down. Please, explain to the governor what you and your friends were doing there. I know you have a good reason, and you weren't there to destroy evidence. Remy walked past Zeke, glaring up at her father. You two didn't seem to be doing shit, so we tried to track the murderer ourselves. We'd made our way down into the basement. Basement? Grace and Malik answered together, both sounding worried. Yeah. Remy didn't slow down. My friends and I dealt with your pet, Melody. You know, the one we wouldn't have had to fight if you'd just been straight with us. We found a room full of stolen artifacts down there. Malik relaxed. Then why did you burn the house down? We didn't. Zeke walked up beside Remy, arms folded. When he spoke, he sounded irritated. That was Aisling. She's about this tall, pale skin, aquamarine eyes, bright red pigtails, has a weird white getup on. You can't miss her. I know of her, Malik interrupted, glancing sidelong at Grace. He lowered his voice to a whisper, but Zeke could still hear him clearly enough. She's the one I warned you about. The one I thought we might be having trouble with. I didn't judge her capable of murder, though. Grace looked furious. Bitch stole the hegemonics from us, I bet. Desmond was eviscerated by that thing. He won't be easily replaced. I don't know what combination she has to the puzzle box, but it's obviously destructive. We need to be careful. She was right, Patrick muttered under his breath. He stepped forward, clearing his throat. Excuse me, Duchess... Malik? He inclined his head in terse respect to each one. Forgive me for asking, but what do you two mean about we and us? It's no secret what Malik represents in his town, but our appointed ruler couldn't have anything to do with him. It wasn't a question. Grace rolled her eyes. Don't lecture me on morality, Patrick. We both know Shayless is the only reason you didn't leave Romstead years ago. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't let you gallivant around breaking all of our rules. Any protection Aisling had from being your friend has run dry. Patrick bristled, apparently struggling to form a response. Grace spoke first. Have you asked whose investments help fund the Demiurge? If you knew what some of my other relatives had done with their lives, present company excluded, of course, you might see Romstead differently. If you had been here when I inherited a shack and made it into a palace, maybe you wouldn't be so quick to judge. Malik nodded his agreement. Virtue and law are abstract until Alinia's cities are razed and its people enslaved. My organization keeps that from happening, even if the means we use are unconventional. Tell that to Aisling's dad, Patrick hissed. Grace rose suddenly to her feet, glowering at him. Patrick stilled suddenly, averting his eyes. Enough. Our present concerns are too dire to waste time with the past. Indeed. Patrick bowed again with exaggerated formality. By your leave, Lady Zhang. If I'm not being charged with anything, I have an inn to tend to. Grace waved her hand dismissively. Fine. Keep your nose out of this. Leave enforcing the laws to the keepers of the city. Patrick spun around and stormed out of the throne room. Malik stepped down from beside the throne. If you don't mind, Grace, I would like to get my daughter to safety as well. I couldn't imagine what I would do if anything were to happen to her. Of course. Dad, Remy squealed, pulling her hand out of reach before he could grab it. I can't go home. We have to track down the killer. Nightingale... I wouldn't worry about that. Grace sat down again, propping one leg up on the edge of the throne. The princess won't be leaving this castle. Your friends will be right here until I can get word to King Balthazar. It would be absolutely irresponsible of me to leave good family and friends out and vulnerable during a time of such uncertainty. What if I tell Balthazar about all this? Nightingale didn't know what else to say, so she resorted to threats. Do what you must, Grace hissed. Then she snapped her fingers, and at once a dozen of the City Watch filed back into the throne room. They made certain Grace's commands were obeyed.
Things are not going well for our heroes. Those meddling adults. How dare they? You ready to keep going? Can I be heard? Are you muted, Tim? Maybe? Oh. He's just not here. He's not in Discord. Is he reinstalling Discord?
Hey, sorry, Discord crashed on me.
Yeah, I was talking to you and you weren't responding, and I was like, what's going on? And I looked at Discord and I saw that you weren't actually in here anymore.
Yeah, so anything you've said since the story ended, not sure what's going on.
Oh, not much really.
Okay.
You ready to keep going?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, make a break for it. I mean, what?
No, I just saw where the next chapter, the title of the chapter after this one.
Oh.
Made me laugh.
Make a break for it. Grace! Nightingale began, shoving her way through the guards. She caught one last glimpse of Remy before she vanished from the throne room with Malik just behind. Duchess, Grace corrected, folding her arms. Yeah, whatever, Duchess. Balthazar is on his memorial hunt. I'm pretty sure his last one took weeks. You're not going to keep us locked up in your castle that long, are you? Nightingale said. Guards stepped up beside her then, one on either side. They didn't actually grab her, instead looking to Grace for guidance. It was apparent they'd figured out just who they were being told to push around. Balthazar will do anything to protect his family, girl. If that means locking you somewhere where you can't hurt yourselves, then that's what it takes. Grace sounded coarse. The guard snapped into action, strong arms restraining her. Nightingale tensed but didn't fight. What was she supposed to do? Fight city guards just doing their job? Grace leered at her. Look on the bright side. You're on Middara. At least you won't get any older while you wait. Nightingale took no comfort in the luxury of the prison Grace chose for them. A pair of rooms in her highest tower. It had a wide balcony and an excellent view, none of which she cared about. She spent hours staring out over the city before she finally fell asleep. Nightingale, wake up. The Malum's voice cut through whatever dream Nightingale had been having, and she jerked upright. She snatched up the weapon beside her bed, scanning the room for any sign of intruders. By the balcony. She turned and found the oozing, gelatinous shape of the Malama hovering just in front of the glass. After a brief moment, it vanished. Patrick stood behind its form.
Hey, Saito.
He was out on the balcony tapping on the glass with his knuckles. He stopped as she looked, waving energetically. Nightingale rushed to the door, swinging it open. Patrick, what the hell are you doing here? Shh, not so loud, he hissed, slinking inside after her. They don't know I'm here. Also, clothes. Nightingale blushed, moving for her still dirty clothes folded on a nearby end table. She began getting dressed rapidly and couldn't help the grin spreading across her lips at what she saw at Patrick's side. Is that a climbing harness? Yeah, he returned the grin, hefting something off his shoulders and onto the floor in front of her. Metal clanked from inside, wrapped up with several more harnesses and coils of rope. This is a jailbreak. Are you insane? Nightingale tossed her weapon onto her bed, then sat down on the edge with arms folded. Patrick, you just broke into the Duchess's castle. Grace already didn't seem to like you. I don't give a damn what that woman likes. She's as rotten as Malik. Patrick kicked the harness towards her. Look, so maybe I still owe Shayless for... He trailed off. Some stuff. Anyway, I figure this might make us square. I saved her sister. Not just me, Nightingale interrupted. I know. I've got harnesses for your friends in here too. Even Rook. I didn't mean them. Her eyes narrowed. I meant Remy. If we go with you, you help us get her out. Remy doesn't have a damn thing to do with whatever Malik is doing here. Patrick glowered down at her, but Nightingale didn't look away. She wasn't compromising on this. Fine. We'll save Malik's daughter while we're at it. Just put that on the list, why don't you? Maybe Shayless will owe me when we're done here. He turned away, glancing nervously at the door into the castle. Just wake your friends. I grappled up here, but it's about 200 feet of free rappel. I've never actually done it before.
Rescued by the bartender. Are we on another time where Tim isn't in Discord?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Just wanted to make sure you were actually here.
This person is taking an awfully large risk.
Yeah, right?
For people he barely knows.
He's implying that he owes her sister for something, so I guess that's why, but... Everything's going great for our heroes. Now we've got Eruption of Chaos. Oh, a bunch of crazy shit's about to happen, apparently. How you doing, Saito? You're doing okay, thanks for asking. Cool, good to see you.
Saito, you missed a very interesting side game within Middara. That's Braxis Battle Dice. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we had a dice game in the game. And unlike Sardic playing Pickpocket, we didn't totally fail. We only partially failed. Alright, well, we got 10 minutes of Eruption of Chaos. You ready?
Yeah. Well, let me get some ice first.
Alright, ice time. I expect to hear you singing the ice time song as you go.
You will not be pleased with what you hear.
Alright, I'll sing it for you. It's ice time. It's Ice Tim. Ice Tim. Ice Tim. Ice Tim. Ice Tim. Ice Tim. It is Tim for ice. I said it's Ice Tim. Ice Tim. Ice Tim. Ice Tim. Ice Tim. Ice Tim. It is Tim for ice. Yeah, we've gotten every achievement so far. Saito. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've gotten 6 of them. Looks like there's 14 total. So we're going to try to get them all. We're going to try.
Okay, I'm back.
Alright, welcome back. I was singing Ice Tim.
I heard.
Yeah. Because Tim and time are very similar words. Just one letter different.
You don't say.
Has anyone ever called you Ice Tim before?
Yeah, I get that a lot.
You get that a lot. Okay.
I was a big fan of Top Gun as a kid, so, you know, Iceman.
Right, I was just thinking about Top Gun when you said that. I guess they're making a new Top Gun? I don't know what...
I believe it's out right now.
I don't know who asked for that exactly. Could we get another Top Gun except everybody's old now? Like, I'm not sure who was actually looking for that, but whatever.
Well, apparently I believe its opening weekend is making like $170 million.
I don't know if that's a lot or not.
It's a lot. Yeah, it's old Hollywood. It's pre-pandemic a lot.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, I guess a lot of people are into it.
Yeah.
Yes, it will really take 10 minutes to read. 10 minutes and 18 seconds. So are we ready to go for it?
Ready.
All right, here we go.
Eruption of chaos. Nightingale sprinted down the street at the head of her little group, ignoring the stares of evening travelers, city guards, and less reputable folk alike. It was a good thing Patrick knew the way. There were dozens of guards on the street armored in black, along with a row of men carrying buckets and shouting. Nightingale ignored them too, and in the chaos, nobody moved to stop them. "What's going on?" Nightingale asked. The sky smelled like a bonfire. "I don't know," Patrick said, "but we best hurry." Soon they arrived at their destination, and Nightingale stopped short as they came to Malik's home. The elegant manor was in ruins. The front of the building had been blown to pieces. Stray bricks and cracked rock littered the streets, and the windows of neighboring houses had been shattered. Instead of an elegant garden, a makeshift triage had been set up. Several men and women in dark armor had already been covered up with bloody sheets. Nightingale shoved straight through another guard, then past a nervous steward to where Malik was sprawled on a cot. The man wasn't in good shape. Burns covered part of his body, and his belly had been wounded, wrapped with too little bandage. If Remy got hurt because this asshole took her home. "Malik!" There was nothing of deference in Nightingale's voice, only an imperious shout loud enough to be heard over the chaos. He looked up, eyes partially glazed. "Is that the arson girl?" Malik was a bit delirious, even as he asked. It was obvious he was in pain. "Yes!" She loomed over him, hissing through gritted teeth. "What happened?" "Aisling." He pointed back towards the house. "She has the hegemonics. The damn artifact is dangerous. She used it to summon an exalted Esper. My people fought, but what?" "Remy," he said, seething as much as Nightingale. "While we were fighting for our lives, she dragged her off." "Where's the city guard? What's Grace doing?" Zeke asked, looking around at the mayhem. "She's probably finding out about this now." Malik's weakness seemed to flee for a moment, and he reached, grabbing Nightingale's arm. "Arson, you have to save my daughter. Remy shouldn't have to suffer for what I've done. I'll give anything to have her back safe. I know that Patrick has an idea of where she might be." "You can keep your blood money," Nightingale said as she turned away from him, tail snapping in her anger. "Remy's my friend. That's all that matters." She left him there, the triage swarming with more and more guards and attendants by the second. Together, the group slipped away before any of Grace's people could arrive and try and detain them again. "Well, Patrick? Where'd she go?" Nightingale had no compassion left. Her question was cold. "Malik said you know where to find her." Patrick had gone pale, and his hands shook visibly as he drew, checked, then holstered his gun over and over again. "Not at home. She's not an idiot. She talked about a hideout, but I don't know where it is." He stopped in the middle of the empty street, looking defeated. Zeke spoke up weary at how desperate Nightingale looked. "I guess Malik and Grace are both criminals. Is that strike 3 or 4 on the villain list? In either case, I guess that we only have a small window before Grace sends someone to find us. Maybe we can find Aisling, find more about Theodosian, and then get the hell out of here." Nightingale scoffed at the remark, but as she turned to respond, she felt a sudden wave of nausea that caused her to steady herself. "I know where she is." The Malamus spoke in her mind. It was like a cacophony of voices that all came at once. "It's your fault this happened, Nightingale. If you had let me lead you to Aisling sooner, the murderer would be dead, and your friend would be safe." Nightingale didn't banish the voice as she had each time before. Instead, she listened. "Is your last offer still good?" Nightingale thought back. "Absolutely." The air before her blurred and fuzzed, filling with an abomination of snapping teeth and writhing black ink flesh. "My terms are equitable. Speak your consent and we will put this matter to rest." "Hey, everybody!" she called, interrupting the deliberation she hadn't been listening to. "I know how to find Remy." "Really?" They all looked at her, straight through the transparent form in the air in front of her. How? Rook asked, a bit worried. The parasite, the Malama can find her. I'm going to let it take my body over long enough to lead us there, Nightingale said with feigned confidence. Zeke dropped the cigarette he was holding. Patrick just looked confused, but Rook's expression darkened. Nightingale, you can't do that. How do you think it's going to take you over? Not all at once. It's little pieces just like this. We have to find her another way. She didn't falter. You got a better idea, Rook? Rook only remained silent for a moment. Let's ask Surrey. With that, he reached out into the ether and willed the girl to manifest herself. A short moment later, and the girl appeared. Surrey, do you think you can help us find Aisling? Rook asked. Who is Aisling? Surrey looked confused. I'm not all-knowing, Rook, though I wish I were. You humans should be better at finding yourselves. Surrey glanced over her shoulder with a nervous look. I'd rather not be wandering around after what happened with Melody either. There's no saying what agents of the Great Bounty might be lurking about. Patrick looked even more confused. He stared dumbly at Surrey's floating form but didn't comment. Rook sighed, and Surrey popped out of existence. I guess I don't have a better idea. Neither do I, Nightingale said with determination. Just don't let me do anything stupid, all right? I'll tell you when I'm back. Rook frowned at her. I don't think it works like that. She ignored him, extending her hand towards the Malama's invisible shape. Just long enough to lead us there, right? Only long enough. The scale is always even with me, the Malama said with a gleeful tone. What other choice did she really have? Nightingale wasn't going to just let Remy die. With that thought, Nightingale willed it. It was as if she opened a locked door in her mind that let the Malama walk inside. With that, everything faded away, and the darkness lengthened and stretched, wrapping itself around her mind.
So it says reward. Nightingale inches closer to losing herself forever. That doesn't sound like a reward.
Yeah.
Her close physical bond with the Malama has earned you some of the creature's inherent abilities, so you're going to get another free discipline. UM7. UM7.
Like Crown of the Magister all over again.
So you got the joining, which actually lowers your health by 1, but you get resistance to magic damage.
That's nice.
Which I think means you take half? Don't actually remember what resistance does. Not responding.
Yeah, it's half rounded up.
So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
But you did lose 1 health. And I guess that's permanent or whatever.
Yeah.
Nox is here. Yeah, he's here. Everybody's here. You're okay? Alright. Shall we continue?
Let's.
Nightingale changed. It was almost as if her skin tone had gone a whole 2 shades paler, and considering how pale she was already, it made her a stark white. Rook peered at her with a mixture of academic curiosity and fear. Her green hair seemed to drift, as though she were submerged in water he couldn't see. There was also a darkness in her eyes, something sinister and lacking in empathy. Come, Nightingale said, but her voice was flat and emotionless. She began walking off down the street at a slow, jilted walking pace, as if she was learning to walk for the first time. Her movements seemed abrupt and purposeful, as if she was trying to be careful not to fall. Rook and Zeke shared a look of worry before following. Nightingale's body led them all the way out of the city. She never tired, never slowed, and barely responded to anything they said. and after a few long moments, they made it less than a mile out of the city through a winding path that led them up a nearby cliffside void of roads. As they walked, Rook couldn't help but wonder what Nightingale, the real Nightingale, was feeling. Nightingale screamed. She was aware of what was happening, but she had no control over her actions. It was as if she was locked inside of her own head, pacing behind the windows of her eyes. Stupid girl, the Malamute thought, and its horrible voice echoed through the confines of her mind, the confines of her whole existence. I'll lead them to the place where Aisling is, but if they all die, you cannot blame me. Don't hurt them. We had a deal, Nightingale yelled, but her thoughts were crushed by the Malamute forcing her into submission within her own consciousness. I always honor my deals. Protecting them wasn't one of the terms. The Malamute snapped at her, crushing her will. Your frail body is feeble. Aisling is truly strong, void of weakness. Her despair has forged her into someone that might actually be worthy of me. Nightingale lashed out. With no body, it felt like a tug of emotion driving her position within the blackness that surrounded her. As she did, though, she felt her spirit suddenly strapped to the floor of her mind, leaving her crushed beneath the weight of her own sorrow, and the Malamute taunted her. When Aisling eviscerates your friends and grinds them into a paste using the hegemonics, I'll be happy to leave your body for a new one. Then the Malamute laughed, loud enough that she couldn't escape it. There wasn't anywhere to go. Nightingale recoiled inside of her own mind, but no matter what she did, her reality was filled with the laughs of the Malamute. Be on your guard, Nightingale said, cocking her head to look at Rook, Zeke, and Patrick. The three were following behind her. There are monsters about, she said with a jovial grin.
A jovial grin. Monsters about. Remy has been kidnapped. Mark her as unselectable on the adventure sheet. Well, that sucks. So basically, I don't get to use Remy for this next encounter.
That sucks.
And we will have Patrick at least, but kind of shit compared to Remy.
Maybe some new version of him. Do we get an upgraded shotgun version?
Yeah, I think we do. Hold on. Yeah, so here's the Remstead Cliffsides. Let's see what it says real quick.
Remstead Cliffsides. The sound of rushing water is accompanied by the splashing of loas, still unaware of your presence. It would be easy to avoid them by skirting the outsides of the foliage. As you move to do so, you hear scurrying near some thinly covered tunnel entrances. To the south, you see a cavern, the craggy opening obscured in darkness. What could be in there?
I'm guessing monsters.
Yep.
So let's load this up. Kaboom. And whoever did this mod for Tabletop Simulator did a good fucking job.
Yeah.
Let me just quickly check and see if this looks correct. There's some more of those "this doesn't do anything" terrain spaces, which always do something. There's a tunnel down there in the rock, green totem.
Fragors. Ugh.
Oh, Fragors. Down in Fragor Rock. Down in Fragor Rock. Couple water loas, those are not really a big deal at this point. Oh, but this might be the actual encounter where you have to spawn the better water loas. It is. Look, we got crystal water loas now.
Ah.
If you look at the crystal water loa thing on the back, it tells you when they enter the game, and it literally says the encounter Ramstead Cliffsides. So this is when. So from now on, all water loas we get will be this higher version.
That's cool. This is this is a good upgrade. No longer one-shotting it with Rook.
Always good to run one shot with Rook, though. There's a blue exit. We got some fragors, and we got a loot token up in there, and we got a blue totem by the tree. Okay. Now, special encounter rules should tell us something about Padrick. Blue exit. When setting up this encounter after dealing the initiative cards, move the water loa to the back of the initiative track. So we do need to put those on the initiative track. Movable rock. So water loa to the back. Movable rock. As an encounter action, an adventurer adjacent to an obstructing terrain token may make a strength 10 check. If they pass, they may move the obstructing terrain token into any unoccupied adjacent space. So that's these little guys with the red borders. Apparently, you can actually push any of those around that you want. Which, there's probably some kind of good strategy to that. I don't know. Then we got Padrick, Weaponsmith at Arms. When setting up this encounter, if the players do not already have large hidden card UM6, reveal UM6, which we do have. I assume? Yeah, that's a UM6. But then it says, during this encounter, the player who is playing Remy plays Padrick. But if we have the story flag prize possession, which we do, permanently remove Padrick's command combatant card from the game. Then reveal large hidden card UM8 to access his new combatant card. So UM8. Alright, so we got a better version of Padrick here. Let's see, let's do a little comparison. Now he's got the Idolater. Apparently that's the name of his shotgun. Oh, that's right. He gets different dice depending on how close he is to the target. That's kind of cool. So if he's right next to the target, his dice are really good. If he's further away, they're still decent, but critical defense is the same. He no longer has energy tokens. He still has Light the Shadows.
The masses. What?
Make up to 2 attacks against different targets. For 3 stamina. He's also got Kill the Messenger. When making an attack, if he rolls the lowest result on a combat die, he can change a single die to the highest result instead. Pretty good. Those are actually both disciplines that you can get. They're in Subterfuge. Down the Masses and that other one.
Like the Shadows?
Well, Like the Shadows is 2, yeah, so that's actually 3. Kill the Messenger. Kill the Messenger and Down the Masses and Like the Shadows are all disciplines that you can actually get. Alright, so this old card, so these energy tokens can GTFO. This old card here can GTFO. This new card can be here and not GTFO. So we don't need the shotgun token anymore. How much health does he have? Oh no, we're doing it, we're tracking damage, not health on those things. Okay. So yeah. Where do we set up? We set up up here in the upper left next to the just Padrick up in front here. Okay, what else do we have for special encounter rules? Strange cracks, they have no effects. Yeah, okay.
Right.
We also got the slippery rocks. These are just like the last time we had the slippery rocks. You have to make an agility check when you're going across those, or else you fall in the river. There's a dangerous edge. You end your movement on or leave a special train on UM57. Where's the dangerous edge? This is the dangerous edge up here. It's this kind of cliff. Then Deception 10 check, or else you fall and die. And there's also some currents here. The current goes from left to right, it looks like.
Yeah.
Oh, and it'll take you off a cliff eventually over there. So, yeah, we got a big fun encounter here. Let's see that. You can have these fun gores, as I like to call them.
Is that what you like to call them?
No, I don't. Okay, so Remy's out of initiative. And Patrick is there, and okay, so we switch it up on the volume mixer. Okay, so what's our plan here?
Well, how is that cave accessed? Do we know that yet?
Through this tunnel right here.
Okay.
It's a very suspicious cave. There's like ostensibly no reason to go in there, but there is a totem in there, so I feel like we gotta check it out.
My thinking is we either stay on this tile or the one with the blue totem. Wait for the Fragors to come to us and don't activate the water loas.
Oh yeah, because the Fragors will move towards the nearest opponent, so they will come. Yeah, who's going first? Oh, Rook's going first, that's great. So he can post himself up in a position for whatever. And everybody else can just kind of stay behind him for now. Are these Loas... I feel like these Loas can already attack us, though. Because all it has... They can just move through the water and attack at range 6. At least this one Loa can already attack us.
So if we can get... Yeah, the water loas are going last. So if we can get to the top 2 rows of the tile as a group, we'll be fine.
I see what you mean. Okay, well let's do that then.
Okay, I think I'll post Rook up. Thinking like here.
That looks good. Do you want to push a rock just for the lulz? I mean...
Yeah, just because I can.
I don't understand why we would want to push the rocks exactly. It just says that we can.
Yeah. I mean, I want to put it on top of this square that totally doesn't do anything.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, yeah, so Rook's going to move to there.
Okay.
Start handing out courage, so...
Oh, yeah, so what does he have to do? He can just give one out for free every round.
Yeah,
without even spending any...
The only person within range right now is Patrick, so we'll start with him.
Patrick gets a courage. Do you have some courage tokens?
Yep. Might want to make a couple
Do you,
copies of that.
do you have the ability to copy items, or is it only
No.
me?
Only you.
How many copies you want?
Maybe another two. Perfect, thanks.
So he gets courage, which is great. Is that all Rook's doing?
I think it probably will be. Just checking on equipment here, seeing if there's anything else he wants to do. Nope, yep, that's it for Rook. So Nightingale. She is going to use Mend, get some healing tokens.
Oh shit, I forgot that Nightingale has Mend now, too. Oh, and Zeke has From the Grave, so if somebody gets defeated, he can bring them back.
Yeah.
Oh, and Remy has Forebode now, but she's not even on our team, so that sucks.
Okay, so start handing out hastes.
Hastes.
First one to Zeke.
Zeke gets a haste. Awesome.
Gonna move. And I think that's all she'll be doing. Frag Wars, alright.
These assholes.
Nobody within range 6 or adjacent, and it can't move adjacent to opponent. So they're gonna start moving towards us.
Speed of 4. And they don't ignore difficult terrain or anything, so...
Right.
So they can't actually get very far.
Yep. They are starting their journey.
You guys love Fragors? No, Fragors suck. Because there's like no way to deal with those fucking bulbs other than just to eat the effects. And some of the effects they do are really bad. Like paralyzed, disease, irreducible damage. So that's all the Fragors are doing? Okay, Padrick. Now what does Padrick even do now? Well, he can shoot, but he can only shoot at a range of 4. Well, he's as strong as Rook. Okay. I guess he's just gonna move up into position. He's got how many stamina points? There's 3. He's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, you know what he's gonna do first? Is that where he was? He was here. He's gonna do Like the Shadows first. Oh, that's right. Like the Shadows doesn't give you diagonal movement. I'm stupid. Okay. He can move here, and then he could Like the Shadows into, like, here. And still have 2 stamina points left over to just save. So What's up next? Who's up next? Zeke, obviously. Okay, well, Zeke is hasted, so he gets an extra stamina point at the start of his round. He'll use his mend to get a couple of heal tokens. And then he will move... What's his speed? 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Move right up here next to Nightingale behind Patrick. And he will give magic armor and intervention to Rook. So barrier and intervention to Rook. And he's done. I mean, yeah, there's nothing else he can really do that's meaningful at this point, so he's done. So the Loas aren't going to do anything, I don't think.
Yeah, for a second I worried that it'd be able to get us from here, but they're not doing it.
6, yeah, because they won't leave the water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope. This one comes over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, no, so they'll do nothing. So new round. We're starting with Patrick. Well, I mean, he's still just kind of hanging out, I think, so he'll just collect stamina and wait. Zeke, same thing. Oh, Zeke can give out more buffs, though. So he'll give barrier to Patrick. And he'll give an intervention token to Nightingale. So Nightingale gets intervention.
Okay.
And other than that, he's full on stamina and just waiting his turn, waiting for something to happen. So it's Rook's turn.
All right, well, I think he'll also just be in a holding pattern. So we'll continue handing out courage to Zeke.
All right, Zeke will take a courage. Have one of these. Cool.
And then, yeah, he'll just enjoy the stamina.
We got to remember that thing where if a person with courage does damage, you get an SP.
Yeah.
We'll probably forget sometimes, but so that's it for Rook. Waterloo is again not doing anything. We're up to the Fragors.
Okay, so Fragor 1
slowly trundling toward us.
Fragor 3 may be a little different here. Is there an opponent within range 6? No. Can it move? Okay, so no, it's not just yet, but next round, I think.
It could go one more, right?
2 to exit, and then 1 to go 1 square. And then, oh yeah, 1 more into this. Yes, thank you. Okay. Nightingale's last. Okay, point of damage to get haste on the next person. I think we'll do Rook.
Sounds good.
And that's going to be it for Nightingale.
Alright.
Round.
Playing the waiting game. Start with the lows, they do nothing. It's back to Nightingale again. Who gets haste this time?
Who still needs it?
She needs it, and Patrick needs it.
Okay, so we will give it to Patrick this time.
Alright, he'll take a haste. We got all the buffs. I like that we're playing this buff-heavy party. I've watched some people play this where they didn't have any buffs on any of their characters, and they seem to struggle a lot more than we do.
Yeah.
Because the buffs are pretty powerful.
Right.
Hey, son. How you doing, buddy?
Welcome, son. Okay, so I think, yeah, she's just going to keep collecting stams.
I just imagine these water as being made of crystal light. You remember crystal light?
Yeah. Oh, wait, no.
Oh, wait, no, what?
Nightingale's about to open up on some fools that
Opening up on fools.
SOI.
Because she's got that extended SOI due to her Hemlock and Seer relic.
Yeah, so targeting Fragor number 3.
Sweet, I love it. Light that fucker up. You've barely had a sip of coffee? Well, get some coffee in you, man.
Okay, let me remember how to play real quick.
Yeah, it's been a little bit since I've uploaded all of our sessions to YouTube, by the way.
I saw that, yeah.
I haven't published all of them yet, but they're all uploaded up till today. Same with Citizen Sleeper.
Okay, so yeah, we're gonna go ahead and make an attack or magical attack against the Fragor number 3. All right, so that's going to be a force of 14.
Ooh, that's a really good roll.
Yeah, in fact, before we do that, I'm going to send along the teal of damage with an extra.
Yeah, shit, yeah, you are.
Okay, so yeah, roll of 7 is a fail.
This could be a one-shot.
So we're doing 6 plus 5, 11 magic damage.
1 hit point left.
The curse extends.
The curse of 1 hit point. What an asshole. Which one did you do that to?
That's number 3, so we got a wilt on number 3. Could you give me a few copies of wilt, please?
Oh, yeah. What are these tokens? Oh, those are condemn.
Yeah.
There's some wilts down there for you. The magic pixel of health. So that was orange, so he's got 11 damage on him, I guess?
Yeah.
Well, with wilt, all somebody has to do is just barely tap him, and he'll die.
Yeah, and I'm thinking she's going to go ahead and attack it again.
Yeah, if you got the stamina, go for it.
Yeah, we won't have any of the fancy stuff to go along with it, but we won't need it if it hits. Ugh, not great. Force 9. I think we're going to maybe use one of our rerolls on this. Yeah, we use the Ethereum Couture.
Much better.
Okay, much better. So 14, and yeah, that's a hit. So number 3 is dead.
Super dead. Didn't even need the wilt.
That's it for Nightingale, so the Fragors are moving.
I assume they still can't, like, actually blast
Yeah.
on anybody, right? Because this tree's in the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was just number 3 that was going to be able to, and Nightingale took care of it. So they're just moving. Yeah, Patrick.
Patrick, huh? Okay, well, he's hasted now. Oh, he was already at 5 stamina points, so he's just loaded with stamina points. He can shoot at a range of 4. So let's see where I need to place him. He really wants to be right where Rook is, but that's not possible. Bet this rock's in the way. Wait, what? What? How do we move the rock? Suddenly I want to move the rock.
Strike 10 check as an
and
encounter
it's
action.
just an encounter action, so it's 1 stamina point to do that. I think he is going to move the rock. Because if he could stand here, he would... 1, 2, 3... Oh, he wouldn't be able to shoot both of them, because he can shoot 2 guys at once if he is within...
Oh,
range,
yeah, range 4 of both.
But most places he would stand, this tree's going to block him getting to purple. Unless he comes down in here into the Waterloa death zone.
Right.
Of course, this rock will block him, too. Right? Like, if the Waterloas are trying to shoot him, they actually can't through that rock right there. So I think he is safe to stand here.
Oh, yeah, that one?
And he also has range. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, does it look like there is a spot where they could get him?
Looks like there's a spot where it would activate him.
Alright, well, he's not going to worry about shooting 2 people then. He's just going to... He stands... If he pushes the rock, he'd stand right here and just shoot this red one. So strength 10, well, he's really strong. He's got 6 strength.
And the frag wars are going to continue to move in on us. So
Okay.
I think you'll have the opportunity to get in range soon.
So he pushes the rock, then he's gonna, that costs 1 stamina. He uses like the shadows to move into that spot. Oh, I just realized something he could do instead. No, it doesn't matter. He'll just shoot now with a shotgun blast. It's gonna cost him 2. Now, his combat dice are different depending on his range to the target. 1, 2. So he's at max range right now, so he just rolls 2 teal.
Okay. Defense 11 on these guys.
That's a super shitty roll. And he doesn't have any rerolls or anything. Oh wait, he does have if he rolls the lowest result on a combat die. What's the lowest result on... Oh, it's a 3. Shit. So he missed, which means he loses courage. Goodbye, courage. But he can shoot again because he has 2 more stamina. So he will shoot again. And hopefully this time do better. Okay, that is much better. You said 11 is their defense?
11, yes.
Too bad he doesn't have the courage for this one. It would have done a lot of damage. Okay, well, hit for 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He hit for 8 on red there.
Okay.
He hit for 8. Would have been 11 damage with courage, which still wouldn't have killed it, right?
Right, yeah.
So I guess 8 is enough, as they say.
Now, is that all 5 of your stamina points?
You know what? I'm going to only do 6 damage. Take 2 points of
Okay.
damage off that guy, because he's going to spend his star that he rolled not to do 2 extra damage, but instead to gain a dodge token.
Oh, nice.
And that's all of his stamina points and everything, so he's done.
Zeke.
Alright, well, Zeke still has buffs to hand out. Who doesn't have a barrier? Nightingale doesn't have a barrier. Give a barrier to Nightingale.
Oh, thank you.
And you two both have intervention tokens. So give an intervention token to Padrick. And then he's going to... Oh, he's got courage too. Nice. Now his range is 5 because he's got 1 set of true flight arrows equipped. His range is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So he could actually shoot right from where he's standing, even though he'd have... The bad guy would have... Oh, maybe not, now that that rock is there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now he has a clean shot on number 1. But is he standing in a bad place? What is it going to
No.
change? Is that going to change what the fraggers are going to do?
No. Mm-mm.
Well, it'll change what number... Oh, number 1 would have shot at Rook regardless, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he moves to there. That costs him 1 stamina. Now he's going to fire the crossbow. The privateer crossbow. With 2 stamina. He's rolling orange and teal. Now, the guy he's shooting at already has 6 damage, right? So I only need to do 6 damage to him. So... Well, that's... Oh, okay. It rolled over from a 2 to a 6 at the last second. So that's a hit of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All you need.
Oh, plus courage. Holy shit. Even more. Even more. So that's a kill. He's got 2 stamina left, but I don't think he can shoot anybody else from where he is. So he's just going to save those 2 stamina and chill. So that makes it Rook's turn.
I mean, this looks like no to me.
Well, I think it's yes, because you have a straight diagonal... That guy's on your straight diagonal
Okay.
line, so it would pass through the corner here and not through the tree, so I think you're good.
Okay.
If you have the range, though.
Yeah, because that's 4. So
Oh,
that's
yeah, so yeah, you're good.
All right, let's go ahead and get courage back on Padrick.
Thanks. Edric now has so many tokens on his...
Yeah, Rook and Nightingale don't really need courage.
Yeah, because it would be completely useless for Rook, because he doesn't even have any symbols to spend. And the only time it would help Nightingale is if she hits somebody with her staff.
Mm-hmm.
So, kind of only good for 2 members of the party, but...
Well,
Oh, you know what? Guess what? We already forgot the thing. A person with one of your allies with courage just did damage.
Oh, well, yeah, he's at max.
Oh, alright, well.
But that will be good next round for sure.
Nux says it produces the desired result because it goes right through the corner. Produces and corner are capitalized. I'm not getting that one, Nox. You're gonna have to explain it to me. Whose turn is it? Oh, it's Rook.
Yeah. Rook is attacking. Courage Stifle.
Sweet.
Not great. We're going to forebode.
Yeah, you are. That's
Still not
decent.
great. Yeah. That's conviction. Let's see. Good enough, though. Okay, so the first Courage Stifle fails.
Fucking fragors.
So I will go ahead and try again.
Sure. You did have an intervention token. Oh, you still do have an intervention token. So if you roll low again, you can use that to re-roll if you want.
Okay. I want.
There
Okay,
you go.
14.
14. What?
Ah,
The fuck? Is that like the highest roll they could have gotten?
I believe it is. Yeah. Well, so there, I think white has 7s.
Fuck.
Yeah.
What
so,
hacks was
almost.
that? I got it, but does anyone still use the term corner produce anymore? Corn is a form of produce? Oh, corn was what you were going for. Yeah, that one was tough to pick up, but yeah, I see I see what you're going for now.
All right. So apparently this last Fragor is invincible.
Apparently. Well, that sucks. Oh well. New
He
round?
saved it with Earful.
Yeah, it was a bit of an earful. That's pretty good.
All right. Rook is back at full.
I told him, hey, good joke. He said, all shucks.
Both Zeke and Patrick have courage right now, yes?
They do, because you shuck corn. They do.
All right. Courage to Nightingale. And let's just hopefully have a better result against the last remaining Fragor here.
Keep in mind, you can use Forebode to make him re-roll his conviction check, too.
Okay. That's 10, so yeah, I'm going to go ahead and re-roll my dice. Oh, great. Wonderful. Perfect.
Made it worse.
But good
but
enough.
It doesn't matter, because he rolled shit.
Yeah, so that's going to be beefy 12 damage.
It's a one shot. It only took 3 shots to get that one shot.
Right, yeah.
Oh, I love this. We killed all 3 Fragors before they had a chance to fuck us.
Yeah.
Now, we could keep working our way across the top here and pop this blue totem before activating the water lowest too, if we want.
I think that's a good idea. So, Rook will do that. All right, blue totem.
See what we've got. Blue totem. You move around the tree, expecting danger, but are pleasantly surprised to find nothing. You turn to see two Gavaden approaching from the way you came. Spawn two Gavaden in the adventurer's starting zone. And of course we have to spawn the grizzled ones.
They're going right after Rook.
And they're starting in the starting zone. That's shitty. Nightingale's about to not be happy.
Yeah.
Do you want them? Or do you want me to control them?
Yeah, I'll take him. The frag wars are done for now.
For now. So, we got two of these guys. Put them in the starting zone. I'll put the initiative card in right after Rook. Oh, Nox. Nox dropped... I tried sprinkling kernels of hints here and there, but they didn't quite have the pop to cobble it all together to a complete pun.
Nice.
Went for a trifecta there. Your recommended channels have become infested with VTubers. Seems like more and more people are becoming VTubers now, and I don't understand it. Why?
Metaverse, bud.
I don't know what Metaverse is. Isn't that some fucking Facebook thing or something?
They sure hope it will be.
Is something Zuckerberg came up with?
No, I mean, he didn't. He's trying to capitalize on it, but he definitely did not create this particular movement. I don't know if there is one acknowledged person.
Oh, I see. Hello, Matt McGrath. Welcome. How you doing? Telekinesis, of course. So, is Rook's turn over?
I think that's all he can do. Well, he was in the middle of his move action, so... Yeah. He can come back to here. And I'm trying to decide, what do you think would be better, to attack one of them or to spend the rest of the stamina to get into the point where I'll be their target?
Probably the second thing.
Okay.
I'm doing well, Matt McGrath. Thank you.
Yeah, I will do that then.
Yes, Saito, I'm working on my boob jiggle cat girl avatar that I'm going to use for my stream. Thanks for the follow, Matt. I'll make my VTuber avatar extra furry just for you. I'm going to be a furry gnome. That's what I'm going to be. A furry gnome, but also a cat girl somehow. All right, so
forward to never watching your channel again.
Rook's gotten himself into a good position there.
Mm-hmm.
Is he done? So then it's the Gavaden?
Well, I was just thinking, he can now exhaust to try and deal some damage to that Gavaden.
Oh, nice. And that's not even an attack roll, so they can't dodge that or anything.
Right. So that's 3, and I think it's irreducible?
Well,
Physical.
It's not irreducible, it's physical, but they don't have any armor, so...
Yeah, so what is that? Purple?
3 to purple. Maw of the Warden, good call. What is this thing? Oh, the nano robes.
And we'll exhaust the Doom Break.
I completely forgot about Zeke's Doom Break.
Doom Break still works. You know what? Fuck it. I think this is the Magic Frag's time to shine. What do you think?
I don't really think so, but it's your thing. If you want to use it, go ahead.
No, I mean, if you think we should hold on to it, we can.
I feel like,
something we're gonna have.
targets. Yeah, 2 targets isn't enough.
Okay, we'll save it for later.
But if you want to use it, go ahead.
No, I will go ahead and use a hangover elixir though to try and courage stifle this thing in front of me. All right, so that's gonna be 12. That'll hit. So
That'll hit.
15 damage.
Oh, that one's almost dead already. Nice.
Now Rook is done.
Now the Gavaden get to go. So red has to go first.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't... No, he wasn't attacked.
No. Yeah, that didn't count as an attack. Because it was a spell.
All right. So for red, there's an opponent within reach 2, so it's going to make an attack against Rook. Rook's going to die.
You do benefit from 1 point of extra defense because of his ally being in the way.
Okay. So that will just be 11 then. And
of course, you got an 11.
An 11. So that's a hit of 0.
Rook still has a 10 defense? Oh, he has never upgraded his core yet.
Yeah. Well, he did. It just didn't go with an armor upgrade.
Yeah, but that... Actually, you should have an 11.
Oh, I do have an 11. Yeah. So that's a miss.
You should have 12 with, yeah.
Okay, so miss there. No, that's... So, okay, yeah, 1's done. Number 2, he's going to make a melee attack against Rook. Rook will dodge. Wait, he can't dodge, I think. He used up his only dodge item.
Used up his only dodge item, huh?
Yeah, so I'll just use his last stamina point to dodge.
There you go.
Great. Super useful.
What? Got nothing on the dodge?
Right. So that is a hit of 0. And then what do we got? So 2 damage with 1 armor piercing. That's still not going to get through armor.
Right.
So Rook, if it hits for 0, Rook can counter now, yeah?
Which one attacked you just then?
Or it was, yeah, the one
red?
adjacent. It was the melee attack, yeah.
Oh, so purple attacked you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you could counter him. Of course, if you're countering, now he gets to dodge.
Okay. So nothing on the dodge.
How'd you do?
That's going to be 10, so that's a miss. So he's going to counter.
And he's also gained courage.
Yeah.
So now you're giving out courage to the enemies too.
Right.
So now, yeah, now he gets to counter, which you could dodge again if you had a means. Uh-oh.
I don't, but yeah, this is gonna hurt, I think. So that is a hit of 3 right now. Gonna be a hit of 6 with 2 armor piercing. So 2 damage to Rook.
2 damage, but will your belts block that?
No, because I wasn't actually dodging.
Oh, I see. There is a lot of bullshit going on with the Gavaden. The enemies just get more and more complex as you advance through the game. Like, Fragors have a lot going on. In fact, most of the enemies have quite a bit going on other than, like, cave sickles. And even them, they have their hive mind thing.
Now, does the counter interrupt all of this?
No,
Other
because
stuff?
if it's separated by the word then, that's a whole separate thing that happens. It's not a follow-up. If it said F you, like on its other thing, that's a follow-up. That would get canceled by a counter. But not the then things.
Okay. Alright, so then move to be at up to reach 2 from the farthest opponent. During this action, add +4 movement. So
he can move up to 10. I think he's going to be able to get there. However, he does provoke a break attack from Rook, I think.
yes, he does.
But he can't dodge that because he's already dodged this turn.
Oh, that's actually a bit of a beefy hit for Rook.
Ooh,
Yeah,
double
16.
eights.
Yeah. So that's a hit of 4 on the Gavaden and death.
Oh, because he was almost dead.
Yeah.
Wow, Rook actually killed someone with a break attack. That's amazing.
Right. That's the first
with
and last
with
time
no
that's
symbols. Yeah, cool.
happened. Okay, nice.
What happened to the simple joys of the owlbear? I do love me a good owlbear. There's actually no creature in this game that's that simple. Even the simplest ones, like maybe Earthloas, have a few different things that they do. You know, they can push you, they can paralyze you, they can put barriers on other allies. Yeah, all the monsters are actually fairly complex, but they get even more so as you get into the later stuff. There is no achievement for this encounter, Saito, unfortunately.
Everybody good with haste?
I think so. My guys are both hasted.
Okay.
I think Nightingale's the only one that isn't.
Yeah, I think we're going to do that this round.
I'm just glad the Fragors didn't get a chance to start fucking us with disease and bulbs and shit.
Yeah. Give me just 1 minute, bud.
No problem. Those monsters have abilities that some would consider a Loa Bloa. What? What? Nux? Oh no! A Loa Bloa? That actually sounds kind of scandalous. The first Javaden just completely shit the bed. Fragors would be good to have if you wanted to, like, run a rave, though, in Middara. Just get some Fragors, put them in cages. You'd have to have something, like, you know, that blocks them from shooting their sliggins at you.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. Oh, what is happening with my... my camera. I'm not straight. I'm not even. Okay, so Gavaden's turn done.
Yep, so Nightingale is now going to euthanize the Gavaden that remain.
Euthanize. Cast a spell 6.
Not great.
So
Gavaden
force
actually
10.
doesn't have. Force 10. That's enough.
But it fails.
So it's going to take 6 damage. It's
And
wilted.
Wilt.
And I think that's all she'll be doing. Waterloas.
They still can't get us, right?
They can.
Oh, they
I
might be
screwed
able to
up.
get Rook. Rook, well, that's okay. I think the red one can't do anything, though, right? Because it can only move 6. The red one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, she
1,
can get there.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it can get you. If it moves to here... Yeah, you're on the straight diagonal from it, so it bypasses the rock just barely. Okay, so Crystal Waterlow is going to be attacking you with 2 orange dice. Are you dodging or anything?
Trash for conviction. Oh no, it's just an attack, isn't it?
Yeah,
no,
this
yeah.
isn't... not
Rook's
a spec.
yeah, he's out of everything.
It got a 12, which...
Alright.
Oh, wait, plus it gets pluses to the roll. 12, 13, 14... It got a 15, actually.
Damn, okay, hit a 4.
Hit of 4... plus 1 magic damage. So the hit of 4 will bounce off your armor. But you will take 1 point of magic damage.
Okay.
And it can also heal for 5, but it doesn't need to heal. So it's not doing anything with the star. Okay, so that's the red one. The purple one... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, the purple one's also gonna shoot you. But it misses. That's it for them. Wait, does it miss? I might not have counted books. Oh, it got an 11, actually. That's exactly your defense, right?
It is, yep.
But... Oh, so it does no damage to you, but it did get a shield, so it does get that 1 point of magic damage through.
Okay.
Yeah, Waterloas have good symbol abilities.
Deforced. Nice.
Wait, what? Like, forcing a tantruming toddler into its face. Nightingale is trying to youth in eyes the enemy. What? Oh, that's funny. In other words, Rook's health bar was deforced from the physical damage. Wow. Wow. Okay, that's it for the Loas. What's Padrick gonna do? Oh, I've got Padrick. What is Padrick gonna do? He's gonna fucking rush that Gavaden, because if he gets up close, he gets really good combat dice. So, first of all, he's hasted, so he's gonna get 4 staminas. Second of all, if he uses, like, the shadows, he could move here for free and only be 2 away and have enough stamina to shoot twice. You know what? Those guys are going to dodge and shit, so no. He's actually going to move all the way up on it. Spending a stamina. And he's going to shoot with his best dice, which is red and green. Red and green, and he's got courage, and he's got intervention. So I like my chances here. Red and green. Christmas dice. So let's give it a shot. Gavon needs to dodge this.
It is the first time in the round, yeah, so he will be dodging.
It's decent.
Current defense 14.
Roll the 14.
All right.
So, it's a hit, and now I get to add all kinds of symbols and shit, because he's got courage. So, it's a hit of 0, plus 2 is a hit of 2, a hit of 3, a hit of 4, a hit of 5. That's it. It's a hit of 5.
Okay. The Gavaden will be countering. Can it counter?
No, it would have had to successfully dodge, but it got hit, so it can't counter. So, a hit of 5, and he's unfortunately out of... Oh, wait, he's got 1 stamina point left, but he can't really do anything with it. He could use, like, the shadows to get away now, though. He can move 2 spaces. Wait, what?
I'm sorry, Josiah. Did you include the wilt in your damage?
No, I didn't include the wilt.
2 more, then.
Sweet. So now he'll use, like, the shadows to kind of, like, bloop, bloop, step back a bit. Yeah, and he didn't lose courage. And Rook gets a stamina point.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Okay. Oops. Zeke's turn. Okay. Who's not buffed? Who doesn't have barrier?
Everybody has barrier over here.
Everybody
Rook
except
pitches
for
intervention.
Zeke himself. Okay, so he's going to get full stamina, full boat, as the kids call it. I don't think kids call it that. What about intervention? You used your intervention token, right?
Yeah, Rook could use
Rook?
an intervention.
All right, so he's going to give... Yeah, he's going to give Rook another intervention. And I think he'll give himself barrier, which costs him a stamina to do. Then he will move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He'll shoot the Gavaden even though it's got cover from his ally. So the Gavaden can also dodge this.
Why can it also dodge this?
Because it's a new turn. It can dodge every turn.
Every turn. Wow. Okay, so we are looking at a 13 defense.
A 13. Alright, what do you got, Zeke? What do you got? You got shitty dice. Well, not shitty, but not amazing either. Trying to get a 13. And he's spending... He's going down to his last... Should I empower this? No, I shouldn't. Okay. Well, it didn't quite get a 13, so I'm gonna need to use my quiver to reroll one of these. To reroll that one. Made it worse. Classic Zeke. So he just misses. Which sucks.
We want to involve some rerolls. I mean, the problem is You don't have a lot of improvement to do on either of those dice, really.
I mean, that 5 on the teal could go up to a 6, 7, or 8. So it's a 50-50 chance of it getting better, but it needs to be higher than a 6. It needs to be a 7 or an 8. So then it's only a 2 in 6 chance of that actually making it a hit.
Right.
So no, we don't need to spend any rerolls for that. What we can do though, well, he's going to lose courage, unfortunately. But then what we can do is he can use Doom Break to get another stamina point and shoot again. This time, the Gavadan doesn't get to dodge. Wait. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot. It would have missed even more because he gets a -1 from Patrick being in the way. But this time it doesn't get to dodge.
Alright, so defense 12.
No, not even close. Not even close. He's done.
Okay.
Is it a new round? Everyone is using Quen. Yeah, they're using Quen, Saito. Starting with Patrick again, huh? Alright,
yep.
Patrick is hasted, so he's going to go all the way up to 5 stamina. What he's going to do is he's going to move closer at the cost of 1 stamina. Now he's going to blast. The button can dodge.
Okay.
Ooh.
Defensive 12.
I'm going to use his intervention token to re-roll all dice I just rolled. Alright. That's going to hit.
Yep, that looks like a hit of 1.
Oh, this is a new round, so Rook gets another stamina point from that.
Nice.
Okay, so 13, a hit of 1, but he's got mad symbols. In fact, how much damage does he need to do to kill it?
5.
Alright, so a hit of 1, 2, 3, 4. He'll spend 1 star to make it 6 damage and kill it, and he'll spend the other star to get himself another dodge token.
Nice. Much better with the shotgun, you're right.
Yeah, quite a bit better with the shotgun. He even had enough stamina to attack again if he needed to. And he doesn't lose courage. He did use his intervention. So now he can use like the shadows to move a little bit. Does he really want to get... Who's going to go over here for this loot?
I mean, I figured we would take out the Waterlows and then do that before looking at the red totem.
Okay, sounds good. So, what's the initiative order looking like? Oh, the Waterlows go next. I don't really want him to be the one getting hit by the Waterlows. So I think he'll just stand his ground. Actually...
Can he like the shadows to step out of range?
Yeah, he'll just like the shadows to here. And call it a day. Waterlow, oh, we haven't been drawing loot cards.
Oh, gosh.
We get 3. 1 for the Fragors, because they're a swarm, and 1 for each Gavadan. So we need to set up a common loot deck, yeah. And then draw 3 times. 15, 21.
21.
21 big golds. Okay. Who's next? The Loas. The water Loas. Alright, red here. Looks like she's got the same shot she had last time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only person she can attack is Rook, so is Rook dodging?
Yeah, Rook would spend a stamina point to dodge. Oh, wow. I actually got something from dodging. 14 defense.
And the enemy only rolled a 13. Oh, wait, I forgot. Books add to the attack roll. 13, 14, 15, 16 then.
Okay, so yeah, hit a 2.
Hit of 2. The 2's obviously going to bounce off your armor, but these 2 shields are both going to do a point of magic damage. So 2 magic damage, you can't reduce that with your armor.
Okay.
But that one's done. Then the purple one I don't think is going to do anything different either. It's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also shooting Rook, so you can dodge if you want, if you have the means.
I will.
Okay. Oh no.
Take 13 defense.
Oh, this is a bad roll. Do you still have forebode?
No.
Okay, so that's 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. What was your defense again?
13.
So that's a hit of 6. Which, all that 6 will actually still bounce off your armor, right? So
Right,
you're actually only going to take 2 points of magic damage from the 2 shields.
Okay. So yeah, Rook's at 75%.
Yeah, that's fine. And we have 4 heal tokens out here on the board, so that's fine. And that's it for the Loas. Nox says it can indeed be important to spend a stamina point to dodge at times, as it has the potential to save your bacon.
Yes, excellent.
That's
10 out of 10.
That's
No
good,
notes.
Nox. That's good. Heck yeah. You went hog wild with that pun. Zeke's turn. Okay, well, what's Zeke gonna do? Everybody has barrier. Do you use up your intervention? No, you have it.
Nope.
Padrick did, though, so Padrick will get a new intervention token. Wait, is he within range for Padrick? Yeah, of course he is. You're all grouped up there. So, he gets 4 for haste. What's he gonna do? I guess he could run for the treasure, or he can come down here and start shooting at Loas. I guess he'll start shooting at Loas, if he can. He's got a speed of 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If he comes to here... 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he's got... Actually, he doesn't need to even move that far. He can move to here.
You can stay out of their buff stripping zone as much as possible.
I'm gonna use Doom Break here. Oh no, I got a skull on Doom Break. And he doesn't have his own. You
still get the stamina, right?
Yeah, you still get the stamina, but I think he's gonna have to flip Doom Break over. He didn't have any rerolls for that. Alright, well that sucks, but it's fine. Well, he could use a bottled blessing on that. It'd be nice to keep this, because I think we're going to have more encounters after this before he has a chance to unflip it.
That's a good point.
I'm going to use a bottled blessing. Okay, Doombreak doesn't get flipped. Bottled blessing goes on the pile. Okay, so he's got 4 stamina. He can shoot twice. So first shot. Waterloa doesn't dodge or anything. So he's rolling his orange and teal. Ooh, good roll. Okay. So that's 15 against a defensive 11. That's 4. All the symbols are ignored. Oh, he's out of courage too, but it wouldn't have mattered because he can't use symbols. So that's a hit of 4, no symbols, but he also gets barbed arrows, which is plus 3 more damage. So he actually did 7 damage to the purple water loa.
It's a nice hit for having that elusive tag.
Yeah, it's not bad. Then he can follow that up with another shot. And he didn't even use his quiver yet. Okay, well now he has to use his quiver. Ooh, another good roll. That's another 7 damage. So he's got that one almost dead.
Great.
He could use Fight Drive and shoot again, but I don't think I'm going to. I think Zeke is just finished. So now it's Rook's turn.
Okay. Well, I think Rook is going to charge down there.
Can you give Zeke another courage before you do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, yeah, so courage to Zeke. I am going to go ahead and Doom Break. Feel
Gotta
good.
love Doom Break.
I'm going to move Rook down to here.
Getting a Jace.
And Courage Stifle.
Are you sure you want to stand right there? And here's why I say that. Because you're now in the SOI of the red one, which means even if you kill the purple one, the red one will be able to remove, like, your barrier.
That's
but
a
if
good
you were
point.
slightly over, then you wouldn't be.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good point.
Even just right here, if you still wanted to be adjacent, now you're out of the SOI of the red one.
All right, so now we will get the Courage Stifle going. So the first one is Force 13.
Force 13. Let's see what the Crystal Water Loa has for 2 teal. That's pretty good. Unfortunately, not good enough. So that one's dead.
So 12 damage there.
Dead. You can draw a loot card.
Gold.
Ooh, big one. Nice. So you killed that one. What else you got?
Well, I don't think he's going to do anything else.
I mean... Well, yeah. I guess if you wanted to have been close enough to do another Courage Stifle on the other one, I didn't know you had that much stamina, then maybe you would have wanted to stand in your original position.
No, that's okay. I think if I had noticed what you did, I would have made that decision. So I think I'll go ahead and spend a stamina point just to re-equip.
Good old re-equip.
And that'll be it for Rook. So Nightingale.
Rook has 24 health. Holy crap.
Yeah, he's pretty beefy.
So what is it, Nightingale's turn? Yeah, it's Nightingale's turn.
I'll move Nightingale to here. I believe everybody has haste at this point, yeah?
Yes, everyone does. For now. The water loa doesn't remove it.
I'm going to hold off on healing Rook for now, just because I think we're going to... We get free healing between encounters, right?
Well, only if you're below half.
Okay.
So, you know, at his current level of damage, he wouldn't get any healing between encounters.
Alright, so we'll stick with... Just hold on to the heal tokens for now.
Whew.
Alright, so she is going to take a point of damage herself and do the re-equip action.
Why not? Re-equipping for fun and profit. She's taken 6 damage?
Yeah, she takes a point of damage basically every time she casts haste.
Oh, yeah, for the infection thing.
Mm-hmm. And then we're going to euthanize.
Yeah, why not? Go for it. Can you? Is that rock in the way from where you are?
Oh, if it is, I've got the movement to get her where she needs to be.
Kind of looks like it was a little bit.
I don't think so.
You're right. You're completely right. Sometimes if you just try to measure from the miniature itself, you get a, you know,
yeah,
you get a dodgy result. Fuck you, Fragor.
Oof.
What was the oof? Bad roll for the...
Bad roll to 3, yeah. I think we will go ahead and Wand of Insight this. Well, actually, now... I want to waste the one that I can give to somebody else.
You got Enchanted Piercings.
Yep, that's true. Why don't we use that one instead? Okay, so better one. Force 13.
13 against conviction of much less than 13. So, taking 6?
Yeah, 6 magic and some wilt.
Some wilt, yes. Oh, now it'll have to use its thing removing the wilt instead of removing something from us. That's kind of good.
And then we will go ahead and tag them another time with euthanasia.
Part 2, the sequel.
Less good. Force of 10 on that one.
See how we do. Resisted.
Alright, I'll exhaust the casting rod to get an energy token.
Nice, nice.
And
they don't specify as earrings, which makes me suspect dark things. I mean, there's lots of piercings you could get that aren't dark things.
And that'll be it for Nightingale and the round.
Okay. Waterloo goes first, huh?
Yeah.
Well, it's going to remove the wilt from itself first, so here's your wilt back. That's its first action. Then, is there an opponent with an SOI? I don't think there is, because you actually avoided that. So all it's going to do is move and attack an opponent within range 6. Who does it want to attack?
Nightingale, probably.
The nearest opponent. Pretty sure that's still Rook. So I think it's actually going to move here. It's actually going to move back one and shoot at Rook. It is shooting through green terrain, so it'll have a -1. Are you dodging?
Rook is going to dodge, yeah.
Okay.
So, defense of 14.
Alright, it got a 13. -1 is 12. +3 is 15. So, again, the base damage off your armor, but you're going to take 2 points of magic damage because those shields bypass your shit.
Alright, Rook is 10 damage.
Whatever happened to Kelpies back in the day, every D&D adventure had them. I don't remember ever encountering Kelpies or using them in any D&D game I've ever played. I mean, I remember they existed as a creature, but I don't remember ever really dealing with them. So yeah, it's Nightingale's turn. She can keep blasting.
Okay. She's going to have to move a little bit.
Is she?
Oh no, she's still within range 6. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh hell, then we're just going to start. We're going to start euthanizing everything. I will go ahead and exhaust the rod to make that a 6 and a force of 12.
Nice. So you have a force of 12, you said.
Yeah.
6
All
conviction.
Right. So 6 damage.
And another wilt.
And another wilt.
Okay.
Let's go for a repeat.
Repeating it.
Even better, force 13.
Nope.
Dead.
It's dead. It is super dead. You can draw a loot card. $7 gold.
7 gold. Yeah, I did not add it to the tracker. Thanks.
Up to 38.
And that's going to be it for Nightingale. Zeke's turn.
Loas are dead. Get out of here, Loas. Alright, well. Should Zeke go for this loot over here, or... I don't know.
I was going to send Rook over. I mean, I think he can probably retrieve it the fastest.
Yeah. I kind of think Rook would be the best person to open up the red totem. Well, what do we want to do first? Do we want to go to the red totem, or do we want to go through this tunnel to the green totem first?
I think red totem first.
Okay. So I think Zeke can go running over. He doesn't need to give any buffs to anybody right now, right?
Yeah, I think we all have intervention up, and we're all good with barrier.
Alright, he's gonna give himself intervention, which will cost him 1. He's gonna try the Doom Break. Oh, fuck. I'm just meant to lose my Doom Break, I guess. Fine. Well, he's got 4 staminas, so he's just gonna haul ass. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. He can get almost there. And then he's done. Then he's done. So now it's Rook's turn. You want to head for that red totem?
Yeah.
Or?
Do you want me to? I don't think I'm going to be able to actually. Well, let's see.
You can push one of those rocks out of the way if you want to. That's why I thought Rook would be good. Not only because he can tank whatever might pop out of there, but he can also easily move the rocks. And he can ignore the current, right? Because he's got heavy.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so first things first, let's get everything reset. Everyone's good on buff still.
Yeah, we're good.
So yeah, we'll spend a stamina point to move here. We'll check our Doom Break. Feel good. And then we'll just spend that stamina point to move this rock.
You can move in any direction you want.
Okay, yeah, that's a success. A red totem.
You now have line of sight. Oh, it's a very short paragraph. As you get closer to the edge of the cliff, you see an earth loa pull itself together from the rocks of an outcropping. Spawn an earth loa on the exit token. Now, do we have a better version of the earth loa? Yeah, the cardinal earth loa is what we're supposed to be running, right? Yeah. So we get a cardinal earth loa. You can have the cardinal earth loa spawning on the exit token. The red totem comes off.
Okay, I think that's gonna have to be it for Rook. He can't really do anything from where he stopped here.
Okay. You still have 4 stamina?
Yeah. Because of Doom Break.
Nice. I guess I never actually played any of those adventures, Saito.
Slow a time. Okay, can it move and attack opponent with reach 2? No, not a chance. So it's just moving towards the nearest opponent. Moving to 4, and it doesn't ignore any terrain stuff.
Yeah, I guess that's about as far as it can get, huh?
Yeah.
It is hulking, though, so it ignores the current. It doesn't get moved by the current. So, Patrick's turn?
Yep, Patrick's turn.
Got so many tokens. Alright, well, he's got a long way to move here. His speed is only 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. 9, 10. 11, 12. Like the shadows to here. He's in range now, but he doesn't have enough stamina to attack. So he's done.
Okay. New round. Earthlow is going first.
Well, Saito, in the actual game, it comes with a plastic tray that all the miniatures, and each miniature has a fitted slot that it fits into that's specifically designed to hold that shape of miniature. So it actually isn't any frustration, no matter how they're shaped, because there's a perfect spot for it.
So I'm thinking that Patrick is the nearest opponent at this point.
Oh, Earthlow's going first. Now, if it moves onto those rocks, I think it has to make an agility check, which is just a straight black die roll to see if it gets a skull or not.
Okay. No, it made it.
Okay.
So that's it for the Earthloa. Rook. Waterloo is out of the rotation, right?
Yeah, Waterloo is done. Yeah, that's pretty standard for these premium board games that cost, you know, like $100 or more. Most of those games tend to have really nice miniature holding trays where everything is individually fitted. So not only does it make it easy to store the minis, but it also holds them nicely in position so they don't rattle around or anything.
Oh, yeah. Rook met his limit with the Doom Break.
Oh no!
Rip.
Doombreak has failed us for the last time.
So he'll use that point of the last point of stamina that he got on the re-equip action to get another Fate Engine in play.
Sure, sure. You actually took 10 damage from those fuckers, huh?
Yeah, those, what do you call it? The magic damage just kept plinking away at him. So Rook's then going to Courage Stifle the Earthloa.
No, it would be prohibitively expensive for them to provide the miniatures pre-painted. I mean, unless they're shitty pre-painted miniatures like the ones you can get in, like, Dungeon Command for like the pre-painted plastic minis that they had in the D&D line. So, did you get them?
Yeah, first Courage Stifle is good, with a force of 13 against his 8. Then, yeah, let's just do it again. Not as great, 10. But good enough, so yeah. This Earthlow is at 24 damage already.
Holy crap. In other words, it would be a painstaking effort? Yeah, Nox. Now, some of the Kickstarter games that have a lot of miniatures offer the option to get them in what is called different things. One calls it Sun Drop, one calls it Storm Brush, but basically they're not quite painted, but they've had a wash applied and some dry brushing to really make the details stand out, and they have a slight tint to them, and those look a lot better than just the bare miniatures. But even that is quite expensive if you get that added on.
So, talk to me about modifications for spellcasting here. Am I taking bonuses or detriments for going through terrain or allies?
No, not with spells.
Okay. Then in that case, Nightgale's going to move to there. I believe everybody has haste still.
Yeah. We managed to kill Waterlows without them removing any of our buffs.
Nice. So yeah, she's going to go ahead and euthanize the Earthloa. Ooh, we'll intervention that 3.
Might as well. Better.
Force 12.
Oh, what a dick.
It's a success.
Can you get an energy token at least?
Yeah.
I mean, unless you wanted to use fortune telling, but I don't know if that would even. Yeah, I guess it would. You could make that 8, like a 3, and then you would succeed if you think it's worth it. I mean, we don't know what else might spawn from the green totem, but
right. Yeah, I'm gonna hold that for the green totem.
Cool.
So then we're going to go ahead and exhaust the infection and try and euthanize another time.
Oh yeah, you got another one in the pipe.
Well,
Force 12. It's dead.
That's a hit.
That's the fastest I think we've ever taken out an Earthloa.
Yeah.
Especially the cardinal ones that have so much health. Magic damage is their weakness.
Pandrick. Pandrick? Padrick.
Okay. So I guess he's going to start heading toward this tunnel because we don't have anything else on the map. So Padrick's got max stamina. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gets him to here. Then 2 more. Then 2 more. So he spent 3 stamina points. 4 stamina points. And he could use, like the shadows, to go here and save 1 stamina point and be done. So then it's Zeke. Okay, well, Zeke's going for the treasure. He's got to move. He's not going to step on the death squares.
Smart.
So he's got to. Well, first of all, let's sort out his stamina. He's got 4. He spends 1 to move. He spends 1 to unlock the loot. So we got green loot.
Random common relic.
Common relic. Okay. Okay, not looking, not looking. What do we get? The Ring of Blood. Now that's a decent one. When you deal damage to an opponent, heal 2. Once every round. Like, that wouldn't be a bad one for Nightingale because she's damaging herself, or for Rook. He's tanking. I mean, right now it goes to Zeke, and actually, he's going to equip it. Because he can equip it, but then this item has to go either to his bag or to the stash. Or he could put it in his bag and put something else in the stash. I was gonna have him re-equip and put the sickle venom on and have Doombreak in his stash, but for now, this is what he does. So he's sending his Doombreak to the stash. He's got the Ring of Blood on. But I think what he's actually going to do is... I mean, if one of your characters wanted to take that from him, do they?
The Ring of Blood?
Yeah.
Is it possible?
Yeah, because he can just equip the Sickle Venom, Ring of Blood will be in his pack, then one of your characters could take the re-equip action next to him and take it from him if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, Rook would take that if that's possible, if it doesn't mess you up.
No, so he's going to put the Venom on. That's another... I already paid that stamina. So he's just got it in his bag now. And then he can't move anymore, unfortunately, because he's already moved. So that's as far as he can get. But once he gets up close to Rook, you can take that ring from him.
Okay.
That's the end of the round. Earthflow is dead. Comes out. Rook starts.
Okay.
Painstaking effort, Nox says.
Okay, yeah, so for 2 stamina, he'll move up adjacent to Zeke, and then a third to do the re-equip action.
Alright, so there's the Ring of Blood for you. Now he's kind of stuck up there, but...
Yeah, but he can tear through this terrain pretty easily. So I think that will... Yeah, that'll be everything that he'll do this round. Patrick.
Alright, well, I think Patrick's going to go ahead and open up the green totem. Because we kind of want something else to spawn so that we don't get urgency tokens, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and he's got a lot of dodge tokens and everything. I think he's pretty beefy right now.
Yeah, he'd probably be okay. So, he's going to get max stamina. He's going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 movement to get to here.
I'm guessing we're going to the diagram.
Oh, yeah.
Look short.
I have a... Look at this suspicious corner over here.
Right?
Like, that is so sus. You know there's going to be something added there. All right, green totem. Oh, look how long the text is for the green totem, too. As you peek into the cave, you spot a chest. Place a random loot token on the space this totem occupied. All right, so we got a random loot token right here.
That wasn't truly random.
It wasn't?
No, because the green loot token wasn't in there.
Well, yeah, but it's not going to be a random one from including the one that's already on the board.
Oh, it's just okay.
You
So
can't
it's
use the same loot token more than once in an encounter.
gotcha. Okay.
The other side of the cave continues farther into the darkness than you expected. No, I expected. From its depths, you hear creatures stirring. Spawn 4 cave sickles on the east side of tile UM1, as close to the edge of the tile as possible. So we need some elder cave sickles, I think.
Yeah.
Let's get those out. Elder cave sickles, 4 of them, so we actually need both cave sickle cards. And UM1 is this one, so they're gonna spawn as close to the east edge, so they're gonna spawn all right over here. Then, are you ready to be surprised?
I'm ready to be surprised.
Then place tiles and tokens according to diagram 12. I see you moved some stuff out of the way.
Yeah.
Actually, they're still in the way. Alright, diagram 12. Alright, looks pretty simple. It's just one tile and a loot token. So we need to, oh, we can just do this. I was just curious. Hold on a second. Okay, it doesn't really matter if we know what the colors are because we don't know what the paragraphs mean. I was just curious if it was gonna pull when I pulled a loot when I clicked this and it brought a loot token out, if it like was already taking into account the fact that we had 2 of the loot tokens already in play. And they
Looks
are
like
all
it
different
is.
colors, so it seems legit. Okay, so
Yeah.
this gets turned like so. Goes here. And it gets a loot token. Doesn't say anything about monsters on here. But we're not done with the paragraph. Then make a perception 10 check. Okay, actually, he's got good perception. His perception is 5. Alright, he made it easily. If you fail this check, immediately end your turn as the sounds in the dark make you hesitate. If you pass, read the section below, which he did pass. You hear scurrying on the far side of the dark cavern and immediately identify it as only cave sickles. You know you can kill cave sickles. Your keen sense of danger provides you with a surge of exciting adrenaline. Immediately gain 2 stamina points.
Okay.
So you only had room for 1. So he's technically still moving, right? All this was triggered, but he can keep moving because he's in the middle of his movement. And that's all.
Right.
There's nothing else. So you got the cave sickles down. So he can keep going over here towards the chest. Of course, Patrick's not really the best person to pick up loot because he can't actually equip anything. So if he gets an item, it's kind of... But it's fine. He'll pick it up anyway. So he immediately gains 2 stamina. So he goes 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to go there. And he's going to collect the loot. So now we got red loot. Red loot's a suspiciously large paragraph for loot. Oh, fuck my life. Why, red loot? Why?
Oh no.
Alright, gain 2 random consumables, then spawn a fragor on those terrain spaces that don't do anything on UM35. Fuck, we got 3 more Fragors now.
Oh, so it's a full swarm we're spawning?
It's a full swarm. Oh, but what happens if you moved the rock there? Oh, that's right. The rules say if you have to spawn a creature and it can't spawn into the space it's supposed to, it just goes into the nearest available space, so... We do get 2 random consumables. Alright, those are decent. Unfortunately, he can't actually use them. He can carry them around, though, and other people can take them off of him.
It's just 2 Fragors, it looks like, unless I'm going insane. Oh, there's the third spit. That's what, okay.
Yeah, the other one's under the rock, so it just has to go anywhere adjacent to that. Whatever we can, or whatever, yeah, your call. So we got cave sickles, we got fragors. Fuck. Thanks, loot. Rook is like 1,000,000 miles away.
Fragors are about to go.
Yeah, they are. He has like the shadows, but I don't really see anywhere beneficial he could move. Maybe here, so that he's actually, they have to actually come further to get a line of sight on him. Yeah, that's it for Patrick. All right, so
sickles 1 to 3.
Sickles 1, 2, 3. All right, number 1. Can it move and attack an opponent within range 4? I don't know. Can it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, they can't. So it's just gonna chill, and if it's gonna chill, the other 2 are definitely gonna chill. So yeah, they don't do anything. Does Cave Sickle 4 do anything?
Yeah, he's got a movement of 6, right? So he can go ahead and move to here. And I think we're good to attack Patrick.
I think you're right. So Patrick will use one of his dodge tokens.
All right, he's got no other cave sickles and SOI, so minimum roll here.
Shit dodge.
7.
Well, 7 is gonna miss.
Okay. Then that's it for the cave sickle this round.
Okay, not bad.
Fragor.
Oh, fuck. Now Nightingale's about to take pipe.
Fragor number 1.
That rock is directly blocking its line of sight to her right
Right.
now, though, which is good.
So can it move to be adjacent to an opponent is the question here.
It's only got a speed of 4. No, it definitely can't. Not number 1, at least. So it's just going to move towards.
Yeah, so it's just moving towards there.
Yep.
So then number 2, can it move to be adjacent?
And now number 1's in its way.
Right.
They're tripping over
But
each other.
Yeah,
But
it can make it.
Oh, nice. That one's going to blow up number 1 as well, at least.
Right. No, actually, I'm sorry. This one can make a ranged attack.
Which one?
Number 2 starts out with a ranged attack. Is there an opponent within range 6? Nightingale.
Oh, is this where number 2 started?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It looks like between the rock and the tree, it's a little bit questionable, but I think it probably has line of sight.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah, to the center of her square, yeah, it does. So, is she dodging?
So, yeah, she's going to dodge, I think for the first time this entire encounter.
Good dodge.
Great dodge, yeah. So
16
currently at
defense?
16 defense.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's -1 for shooting through its opponent, is that right?
Yep, -1. So it's like a 17 defense.
And that's a miss.
Big old bunch of miss, but
Place a random bulb token on or adjacent to the target so that it's adjacent to as many opponents as possible, but not on another bulb token. Damn it.
I don't know if we randomized these or not, but there's no way to, like, shuffle the stack of bulbs.
So it doesn't really matter where the bulb goes, right?
Yeah, you can just put it wherever you think is the most inconvenient.
Okay, so now any opponent within sphere of influence of that bulb may not cast spells, which is great because Nightingale doesn't really like spells.
Yeah. Fuck.
And I guess bulbs, I don't know anything about bulbs, but apparently from context they do break attacks.
Yes, if you move anywhere that would provoke a break attack, you have to flip over the bulb, and it immediately affects everybody around it.
Gotcha. That's right. We did run across this before. So continuing down, can it move to be adjacent to an opponent? It can. So it's going to move to there, and then it's going to do a purple of physical damage to the Fragor and all adjacent figures.
If it were a Pokemon, it would be a Bulbasaur. Oh, Nox.
So 2 damage is all.
So red and purple both take that 2 damage, and so does Nightingale.
Nightingale has 1 armor.
Oh, nice. So she only takes 1.
She takes 1 damage. So that's Fragor number 2. Fragor number 3.
It doesn't have line of sight to her.
Yeah.
There.
So it's just going to be moving towards the nearest opponent.
Yep. As far as it can get, I think.
Yeah. Okay, that's a bad time for Nightingale.
Yeah, she's not in a great position.
Zeke.
Okay, let's see if Zeke can help out here in some way. He's got max stamina. He's going to give himself intervention. Then he's going to move. You know what? Before he even moves, he's going to spend a heal token on Rook. So Rook can heal 6. Then he's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 1 point of stamina. Then he's gonna keep going. 8, 9. He's just gonna come to here. He's gonna. You think Nightingale? Oh, she has her own heal tokens, so I guess if she needs healing, she can just heal herself.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna let the bodysuit do as much work as we can here.
Oh yeah, you got the bodysuit on. Sweet. Okay, so he doesn't need to heal you. He can try to take a shot, you know, with the penalty. So I guess he will, just because what else is he gonna do? So he's gonna take a shot. Fragors don't dodge, so... Wait, oh, Super Cowla, Fragorlistic, XP atrocious. Wow, Nox, that one is fucking extra. It's like multiple puns. Okay, that's decent. What's the Fragor's defense?
Fragor has a defense of 11.
Okay. That's not counting the bonus for cover or whatever, right?
Right.
Alright, so basically it has a 12, and he rolled a 12. So, he's gonna get damage. Oh, he does have courage, though, so there's a bunch of free symbols. So, he's gonna do good damage, actually. It's a hit of
Okay.
0, but 1, 2, 3 from shields, 4, 5 from the fake star, 3 more from the barbed arrows, so that's actually 8 damage.
That's a good hit.
Yeah, the courage really helps.
That's against purple, right?
8 damage against purple, yes. Oh, well, that's the end of his turn. Oh, Rook gets a stamina point
Oh, okay.
from the courage thing.
That's right, yeah.
Alright. It's Nightingale's turn. She's in a fun position.
Yeah. So it's really just the actual euthanasia spell that's denied to her. Because everything else doesn't actually say that it's a spell, if I'm reading these right. Is that...
Yeah, that's correct. The only thing she
Okay.
can't use is euthanasia.
So she actually doesn't have horrible attack dice.
Yeah, I mean, she could probably finish
that.
purple off with her staff.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we're gonna regain some stamina here, and let's go ahead and see if we can't do that. Go right at purple.
Optionally, you could pop the bulb first, and then you would be able to cast euthanasia because the bulb would be gone. But the downside is you might, like, paralyze yourself if you do that.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm also... Can I pop the bulb without getting a break attack for number 2?
No, you can't.
Yeah, I think I'll try and kill it first.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
Super Cowla Fragorlistic XP. Yeah, atrocious. Wow.
So that's 11, which is a hit of 0. And I don't have the symbols to buy anything.
I guess she did need courage.
Oh, yeah, she's got courage. So...
Oh, she has courage. Oh, then it's dead.
Yeah, so it's dead.
Oh, you did put courage on Nightingale. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, this time it came in handy.
Okay, so that's first. And then... Yeah, I'll pop the bulb.
Alright, so you're going to be moving, which immediately activates the bulb. Ah, you're poisoned. You don't even get a conviction against that. It just happens. That's not the worst thing that could have happened, though.
Yeah, no, we can overcome that.
Zeke's got 2 bombs ready to go.
So we're just gonna move down there. Then pop infection and euthanize number 1.
Awesome.
Oh, great.
Their conviction's kind of shitty, though.
Yeah, that's true. But I think I am going to go ahead and risk being a Zeke to re-roll this last...
Uh-oh. Don't be a Zeke. Oh, much better.
Oh, nice. Okay, so yeah, that definitely hits for another 6. And a wilt on Fragor 1.
Sweet.
That's it for Nightingale in the round.
Okay.
While you're dealing with those two, I'm gonna be AFK for a sec.
Okay. So, Padrick, is gonna start blasting on cave sickles, I guess. He's gonna use Like the Shadows to go here for free. Yeah, splitting the party maybe wasn't the best, but we'll be fine. So he's gonna go there with Like the Shadows. Oh yeah, he's full stamina this round. Then he's going to attack the shotgun blast using red and green. Is that the lowest on that die? No, 3 is. Fuck. It's an 11. It's not great, but it's probably enough. It is enough. So, it's a hit of 1, 2, 3, up to 5. He could do 5, or he could get another dodge token. I think he'll just do the 3. Take a dodge token. And then he can attack again. Hopefully roll better on these dice. Well, it's a little better. It's a hit of 2. 3, 4, 5 damage. And he could put 2 more damage on it, but that won't kill it. That won't kill it, so he's just going to take another dodge token. Because he's going to have to do some dodging here. And he has no way to dodge without... Oh, he can use stamina to dodge too. I was going to have him move back with his last stamina point, but if he tries to move back now, he's going to provoke a break attack. Which I suppose he's just going to do. He's just going to provoke the break attack. So he's going to use one of his dodge tokens right now to dodge. Okay, he got 2 out of it, which means he has a defense of 13. This guy has no allies within SOI, so he doesn't benefit from Hive Mind, which means he's just rolling these pretty mediocre dice. And it gets a 12! Yes, so the dodge saved him. Gets a 12, he had a 13. He avoids the break attack. Now he can move his full speed the fuck up out of there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's all of his stamina, and he's done. So he did some damage to that one. Not a lot. And got out of there. That's it for
It's just
Padrick.
about dead, though.
Yeah. So, what is it? Zeke's turn? Zeke's turn.
Yep.
Alright. Zeke gets 4 stamina. Oh, you know what? Rook already... Oh, he didn't. Rook gets another stamina point. Because Patrick just damaged an opponent and it's a new round.
Alright.
Zeke is far away. It's far away.
Zeke? What do you mean?
What?
Isn't this Zeke right here?
Where? Yeah, that's him. Oh, fuck. We still got the Fragors. I was thinking he had to come down here, but no.
Oh,
We
okay.
still got to deal with these Fragors. Okay. So, what's the best thing for him to do? He's got to move some, I think, because the tree's in the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is number 1 hurt yet? Oh, it's pretty hurt.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Good. So he's going to shoot at number 1 there. The number 1 Fragor.
Alright, defense 11.
Oh, it's so dead! With courage, I'm not even adding that up. It's dead.
Oh, yeah. That's nuts.
And that's actually it for him. He moved, he attacked. He doesn't have line of sight on the other one, does he? No, because this is, he's past the diagonal line, so that thing would be in the way. So that's it for Zeke. And now it's Rook. No, I'm going to take a super fast 2-minute break. Be right back.
Alright, Rook's just going to move up to this Fangor here. Yeah. I don't even know what... You guys just kind of have a broad sort of view of the board. Okay. Okay, yeah, he's just going to cast Courage Stifle on the Fangor. It's force of 12. Yeah, and that's enough to kill it. All right.
I'm back, and also I forgot, on his turn, Zeke also uses a balm on Nightingale.
Oh, thanks.
Splitting the real life party.
That's it for Rook, then.
So you just killed the other one, huh?
Yeah, so the Fangors are done.
Good job. Knox says, like the side of a barn, Tim has a broad view of the board.
Yeah, that's right.
What? I don't know what that means.
Well, I didn't know what they were seeing when you left, so I just switched to the stream and made the comment that, oh, you got a pretty broad view of the board.
Oh, I see. I get it. Hashtag super fast. I'm going to do ice time real quick, too. Whose turn is it?
Cave Sickle 4 to 6, so I'll attack Patrick most likely here for you.
Alright, he's not going to dodge this one.
Okay. Actually, I think you might... I don't actually know how this is gonna go.
Can it actually attack from there? I mean, is it kind of blocked by all this bullshit?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, it's gonna be moving out. I don't know if that gets you a break attack.
I feel like the way this red line is, it actually can't attack from in the tunnel. Hashtag ice time. Thank you for the announcement, Nox. So did it have enough movement to get all the way to here?
Yeah, because these are just normal movement, and well, cave circles would ignore it even if the answer was no.
Good
So
point.
yeah,
No, he doesn't get a break attack for the same reason that the sickle couldn't attack him from there.
okay. So it's gonna move now. It says make a ranged for attack, so it's making a ranged attack against Patrick. Is that cool? I don't remember the break attack rules for that.
Where did it start? Because remember, it wants to be at up to range 4, so if it has enough movement, it will actually move up and then move away from him if it can.
Okay.
Which will provoke
yeah.
a break attack.
So yep, you're gonna get one.
Alright, great. And it's a point blanker, so he gets his full shotgun power. So this will be a great break attack, let's hope.
It's 10.
You know what's cool is I get to take that 3 because he got yeah, it's the lowest. And I change it to the highest result instead.
That's cool.
So he's actually got an that guy's so dead. Super dead.
You only need to do 4 points, so he's done.
Yeah. The other 3 are probably not going to do anything, right? It's not even their turn, though. So 4 through 6 can come out. Oh, we do get a loot card for that because that was the only one of his swarm.
That's right, yeah. Grab a loot. Did we draw the Fangor loot? I don't think that we did.
No. We got another 7. We're up to 50 gold for this encounter so far.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. So whose turn is it now?
So Nightingale.
Get some free healing. And her poison was already cured, so don't have to worry about that.
Nightingale's not rushing to be the first one into the tunnel, so she's just going to move there.
YW.
Yeah. Okay, and then you're right, cave cycles 1 to 3 aren't doing anything, so...
New round, huh?
Yep.
He would have done 16 damage. Well, he did do 16 damage with that. Oh, he didn't need to do that much, though, so he could actually use all 3 of these stars for dodge tokens. Is there a limit to how many of these? You can only have 3. Okay. Can only have 3.
So yeah, Rook's going to get here. Or 3 total stamina.
Nice, nice.
That'll be it.
Who's up next? Nightingale.
7 points gets her right behind Rook.
Does she need intervention? She does,
She
right?
does, yeah.
Okay.
And it is Zeke's turn.
All right. Well, everybody's still got barrier. I think the only person without intervention would be Nightingale then, right?
Yeah.
How does the current work right there? If he steps immediately to his left, the current's going to pull him down 1, which is actually fine. So if he moves to here, the current will move him to here. Okay, so Zeke had 5 stamina. He spent 1 to move there. He doesn't spend any, but he is giving intervention to Nightingale.
Thank you.
Oh, fuck. I keep tracking on health instead of stamina points. Eek.
What is it you're tracking?
Zeke hasn't actually taken any damage, right? I'm pretty sure he hasn't. I kept using the damage thing here for his stamina points instead of... So I was raising this up and down, and I shouldn't have been, obviously. Because he has no damage. So he would have had 5 stamina. He used 1. He's got 4 left, but unless he wants to go charging through the tunnel like a maniac, there's not a lot for him to do with it. Oh, you know what he can do is he can re-equip, put this bottled blessing on. Alright, now he's done. Are the cave sickles going to do anything?
They're not.
Okay. Hadrick probably will go back in the tunnel. Hadrick has 4 stamina. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 8, and like the shadows. So he spends 2. Gets to there and he's done. New round. Starting with Padrick, huh?
I'm going to suggest the use of a pager to get Rook up front, so he can clear out of everybody's way.
All right, why not?
All right.
So Rook, go first.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Perfect.
All right, let's just start up top with the Courage Stifle against number 1. Actually, no. Number 1's already... These guys haven't... No, yeah, these guys are fresh. I was looking at the wrong card. Okay, number 1.
What do you got?
Force 10.
You good with that?
Yeah, I'll maybe make them reroll.
Oof, that's a really good conviction roll.
Yeah, that's not gonna be... Actually, I can force you to reroll both of them.
Yeah, with
So I will do that.
Forebode, you can.
Well, yeah, so for Forebode, reroll.
Fail. That one's dead, huh?
All right, yep. Top one is dead. Last 2 stamina points to try again, number 2. Also an 11, force 11.
Force 11. Fail. Also dead.
Okay, knock a couple of them off the board. That's
He's
it
the
for
only
Rook.
one who can one-shot cave sickles. Well, I guess Remy can sometimes do it. And I guess
Yeah.
Patrick could do it too, since he did 18 damage last round. But Rook can do it fairly easily. He doesn't have to be all that lucky. Okay, good job. Patrick's turn. Well, sure, let's come in here and see what we can do. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nine. 10. Like the shadows, 2 more.
Oh, nice.
And now he's got a... Of course, he's 1 square away. So he, instead of red-green, he gets green-teal. Which is still pretty good.
Now, could you have done...
What?
Could you have gone 9 here and then done shadows to get adjacent to it?
I could have, but I would have provoked a break attack.
Oh, okay.
Moving through Rook's space.
Move the... Like the shadows doesn't provoke break attacks.
Oh, you're right. Alright, you know what? Then in that case, let's do that.
Figured you just want the big dice.
I already rolled that 6, so I'm going to keep it, but I can roll the red. Oh, a 9. Nice. So that's 15. What's his defense?
Yeah, hit
10?
of 5.
Hit of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12! He one-shotted it!
That cave circle group did not even get to go.
Because of courage.
Nice. Rook will take his stamina point.
Yeah, you get one for that. So it's Nightingale's turn. I mean, honestly, if she just wants to start heading toward the exit, like... Well, hold on. Sometimes loot tokens spawn monsters, though.
Oh, okay.
So
well, yeah,
we don't know what's going to happen when we pick that loot up, right?
Right. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, just a move, and then Z.
Alright. Zeke can't do a whole lot, honestly. But he'll come in there just because. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 3 points of stamina spent. He's done.
Okay. New round.
Did we killed something last round, right?
Yeah, the cave sickles.
Okay.
Well, I think Rook is a good candidate just to go grab the loot.
Well, yeah, okay.
Oh, what were you thinking?
Well, again, because something could spawn, so yes, he should.
Okay.
If we don't think something's going to spawn, he could just start making his way to the exit, because he's the best candidate to actually go to the exit, because he's got all this special movement shit. But I think we'll be fine regardless.
Think so. So, all right, he's going to move and then spend a point to get the loot.
Blue loot. Uh-oh, it's a big chunk. Motherfuckers, it did spawn a monster. Hold on, there's 2 different loots that spawn fragors.
All right.
Well, first you get 2 random consumables, so that's good. But then we're getting fucking fragors on the same spaces as before.
Got good consumable.
Oh, you got pager and
Pager back and a balm.
you have room to carry those is the question.
Well, yeah. I had an empty spot in the... No, I only... Because you only have 3 spots in your bag, right?
You have 3 in your bag and 4 consumables that he can have equipped because he's Rook.
So yeah, you can re-equip the pager that he just used, and then the balm. You know, I'm actually going to take a risk that we won't be able to unflip the Doom engine until we get back to the town anyway, so...
Well, that's not really a risk. We won't be able to unflip it. You never get to unflip until you restore adventurers, so...
And you'll never restore between encounters?
Oh, I guess once in a while you might, but in general, you don't.
Okay. Either way, I think this balm will... Better use of the inventory space.
Yeah, bombs are good. And then he can't move anymore because he's already done his movement. Oh yeah, that's right. We got the Fragors coming back out on the special spaces.
This is what, their 3rd attempt to mess with us?
9 Fragors we had to fucking kill him. Oh, did we get a loot card for Cave Sickles 1 through 3?
I did
don't
not
think
draw
we
one.
did. Okay, that's 8. We didn't. It's like asking for more Ovaltine, but with asshole bugs that shoot status ailment bulbs at you. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really seeing a strong Ovaltine connection there, but I do like Ovaltine. And I remember the commercials where they were like, more Ovaltine, please. I don't remember any of those commercials having bugs, though.
Okay.
So the Fragors literally go next.
Yep.
But I think they're too far. Oh, well, they're too far away to do anything, but they are still going to move
Yeah.
towards us. Man, I'm glad we got Padrick's shotgun before we did this shit.
Yeah.
He's a lot better with it.
Doing this with the 3-2 version of Padrick would just be annoying.
I miss my Remy. Because you were basically asking for more Fragors by going, I don't think this is going to spawn more enemies. Oh. Well, yeah, because you think, alright, we had already gotten one loot that spawned enemies, so it seems unlikely there's going to be another loot that spawns enemies. Especially not the same fucking Fragors.
Zeke.
Oh well, that'll be another loot card for us when we kill him, so... oh, it's Zeke's turn?
It is.
Alright, Zeke has full stamina. And... nobody needs any buffs, I don't think.
Nope. I got all the buffs on both of my peeps.
Alright, so he's just gonna... Does he want to be the first one to go out there? Well, the Fragors just had their turn, so... We can move here to the mouth of the tunnel. And he can attack from there. So, first he spends a stamina point to move. Now he's going to... He's going to attack. And he's going to... How much health do Fragors have? 12? He's going to empower it. Putting everything into one big shot. Fucking bunch of books. That's a shit roll. Like, everything about that roll is shit. So I'm going to use my intervention token. That's better, especially since he can now use the quiver on that too. Oh, this could be a kill. With courage? Alright, 16. What's his defense?
Defensive 11.
Alright, so that's a hit of... Oh, yeah, this is going to be good. That's a hit of 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 damage from Zeke!
Damn. What was that against number 2?
Yeah, 22 damage from Zeke.
Almost enough to kill it twice over.
Actually 21 because he was shooting through this green shit here.
Shot
So,
putting it all into this one attack, says Nox. I approve.
That's the most damage Zeke will ever do.
Right?
Also, did you already get your free stamina point this round?
I did.
Alright, so boom.
Actually, no, I didn't. This is
Yeah, it's a new round. So he goes up there and just fucking wastes one of these fools. And then that's all he can do because he can't move anymore. So he's done. Nox says, putting those bugs in Ovaltine would have a whole host of Edisons due to the spawning bulbs? Oh, like Edison because of like a light bulb? Nice.
Yeah.
So he shot putting it all into this one attack? Wow, Nox. He turned into a berserker. A berserker! Nox is on a roll.
I like Berserker a lot.
Yeah, Berserker's good. So that's Patrick's turn. Holy shit, I can't believe Zeke did that much damage. Patrick's turn. He's like way the fuck back here. He has full stamina. So he's gonna move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's just gonna kind of stay out of Nightingale's way, I think. I mean, Zeke's in her way, but at least Patrick's not also in her way. Okay, Nightingale can do her thing now.
Okay, I don't know that she's really going to be able to. Let's see.
Yeah, maybe not, but...
Let's go ahead and heal up a point.
You're always there like a bloodborne parasite. Well, that's a flattering comparison. Alright, have a good one, Saito. See you later. Take care.
Have a good one, Saito. Take it easy. Okay, so she's going to spend 1 stamina point to move 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then she's going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 3 more stamina points. Going to exhaust infection to euthanize one of these
Buckos.
Go against number 1.
You can do it. You could use your intervention.
Oh, that's right. I've got that. Okay. We'll go ahead and exhaust the casting rod to make that 6. So yeah, spell 6 against number 1 on the Fangor here.
Force 12, and it got...
Oh, it's
wow. Motherfucker. Mother of cocks, as fucking Dennis says.
I think we will not use fortune telling just yet.
I mean, there's literally no way anything else can spawn. Well, the exit could spawn something, but it doesn't look like it's going to.
Okay, I couldn't get out of that one sphere of influence, but all in all, Nightingale did absolutely nothing of value on her turn, so that's it for the round.
Yeah. Padrick, huh? Okay. Well, he's got full stamina. Let's see what he can do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If he moves to here, that costs him 2. Then he could use like the shadows, or actually, oh no, because it would cost him 2 more to. So he can use like the shadows now to get up here into the water. The current will move him at the end of his turn. It'll move him straight to the left, which is fine, or to the right. But now he got there. He's got 3 stamina points. Oh, he can do his thing finally. Down the masses. He can shoot
nice.
both of them. Alright, cool. He gets to attack both of them. So first, his attack against number 3 there, which is at point blank. Ooh, that's going to be good. Alright, so that's a hit of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
He's going to opt to die.
So he one-shots that guy, and he gets to shoot the other guy too. But what's his range? He's 2 away, so this time he's only rolling heal and green. Alright, that's fine. That's a hit of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A hit of 6. Took half of its health. And that's it for Padrick. Oh yeah, so then the current moves him to here. It's Nightingale's turn. You could easily finish that one off.
Yeah, let's go ahead and euthanize that sucker. Oh, not great. And no way to re-roll it right now. So, 9, force of 9.
I mean, technically you could use fortune telling to re-roll it.
Oh.
Or you could just use that against its conviction instead.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, why don't we go ahead and make that 6 of 3 and kill this thing?
Yep, good call, good call. The more loot card. Another 5 gold. We're up to 63 for the encounter. And now we just need Rook to get to the exit. Well, or whoever can get there first.
Yeah, you can kind of use the current to your advantage here.
So it's Zeke's turn.
Actually, it's, I mean, Nightingale hasn't moved yet, so let's see what we can do.
Oh, she hasn't moved yet. Yeah. I don't know how much stamina she has left, but...
So you can get there.
Wait, does the current carry you past those rocks, though? Oh, that's right. We moved one of the rocks. That's why the rocks are in that weird position.
And it's just a current of 1, right?
It's just a current of 1. Yeah.
Okay. So she'll move to there, get drift 1 more.
But that's going to knock her into the rock and deal 1 irreducible damage to her.
No, that's what I'm saying. So she's going to move here for just her movement.
Oh, and then drift
And
1 more
then
that
drift
way.
up here.
Perfect.
Yeah. Now it's Zeke.
Alright, well... Zeke's not going to get there, realistically. But, you know, fuck it. Okay, how far can he move? He can move 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. He can move 15. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and drift in the current to here. That's everything for him. So now it's Rook's turn. Rook's the one with all the...
So I don't know if this is intentional or not, but
It is,
Rook's
actually.
going to move to here.
Yeah, you can, that's why those 3 are there at the edge of the map, which was a very suspicious place for them to be.
Right.
If you weren't going to add a tile.
So easily passes a strength 10 check.
Yeah, so they give you the shortcut out.
But he cannot not move again, so that's it for Rook in the round.
Did we kill... We killed a Fragor this round, right? Because Padrick finished off the last one?
Yeah.
Right, so... honestly, everybody could just pass their turn and then Rook could go to the exit.
Yeah, I think that's probably best.
Alright, you made it to the exit. Each party member gains 1 XP. Continue to Remy, we're coming. So everybody gets an XP. Everyone has 3 now. And we do not restore adventurers. We do not reset the loot deck. So cards don't get unflipped. Damage doesn't go away. But we reset to 3 stamina and all of the square tokens come off.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we lose all those beautiful buffs.
We're pretty adept at passing them around at this point.
Keeping round tokens, though, so he gets to keep those 3 dodge tokens he's got, which is
Nice.
great. And you get to keep intervention if you have it. Oh, you know what? Zeke would have given Nightingale 1 more intervention on that turn that he skipped then.
Sounds good.
And yeah, we're proceeding.
We're moving on.
Are you still good to keep playing?
Yeah, so I think probably I just kind of glanced ahead. Let's get through the I guess if you want to, we can get through the flavor text and then call it a night, or I don't have time to run a whole other encounter. So whatever your preference is as to whether we go through the plot now or next time.
Oh, I see. Well, yeah, if you have time, let's go through it now.
Okay.
So we start with Remy, we're coming. Let me just turn my music down. And we'll get this thing out. Alright, you ready?
Ready.
Oh, fuck, I hit the wrong button.
Struggle.
No,
Remy, we're coming. Nightingale seemed stiff to Zeke as she surveyed the battlefield. She turned to look at him with a wicked grin. Those monsters died so easily.
Oh, do we need to clear this stuff?
Yeah, I was going to work on that, but it just made me think we need to get our consumables for our core.
Yep, you're right. Go ahead and pull what you want first.
Oh, bottled blessing in here, so one of us should take that.
Definitely.
I'm going to go with the hyper energy HP potion, though, so I'll pull out the blessing.
Oh, because we got the balm and the pager we used back, right?
Yeah.
All right, did you get what you needed?
Yeah, it's a potion, but I think it's just going to go to the stash.
Okay. Can you close your search of the deck?
Sorry, yeah.
It won't. You know that. You know that we can't. Oh, shit. That's all that's in there?
Yeah.
I thought you said there was a bottle blessing in there.
Oh, yeah, I pulled it out for you. It's right down here.
Oh, you already pulled it out for me. Oh, sweet. Thank you. That's good because Zeke actually has room for one more consumable and is equipped. So. Oh, this cave sickle needs to get the fuck out. These need to get the fuck out.
These two items look like they were maybe being carried by Patrick.
Yeah, so they're still being carried by Patrick.
Okay.
Which we can pull them off of him at any time we want. So we're clearing again.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the old Patrick card, isn't it? I'm gonna just delete that. Okay, cool. Now we're ready to listen to this.
All right.
Easily, she muttered despairingly. Nightingale seemed stiff to Zeke as she surveyed the battlefield. She turned to look at him with a wicked grin. Those monsters died so easily, she muttered dispassionately before setting off again along the cliffs. Zeke sighed, hurrying to catch up. Are you sure we're going the right way? Nightingale didn't slow, and she didn't really seem to need to inspect the landscape as she walked. It didn't matter how dark it was, or how rocky the slope. It was as if she could see in the dark. Of course! Don't doubt me, Zeke. The way she said his name sent a shiver down his spine. Good, Rook whispered just beside the two. The sooner we get there, the sooner we get Remy and Nightingale back.
Possessed.
Struggling to get there.
No, that's not what we want. No, that's not what we want. This one. Aisling's Prisoner. Okay, this is the one.
Here we go.
Aisling's Prisoner. Remy awoke to the sound of dripping water. The sound of each drop was a crash pounding against her aching brain. She tried to rub the muck from her eyes, but her arms only twitched below her, forcing her legs up a little. She blinked, clearing her vision enough to see where she was. Remy rested against an uneven cave wall, arms and legs bound with heavy rope. She had about 2 feet of rope connecting her wrists to her ankles, not nearly long enough for comfort. Aisling was pacing back and forth in the darkness of the cave, twisting and moving something square between her hands. At a glance, it looked like an oversized Rubik's Cube made of uneven stone and wood, flickering with different colors of light. There might be 50 symbols on each face, none of which were recognizable to her. Aisling herself looked to be worse off than Remy, bloody from several wounds soaking red through her white dress. She was so on edge she hadn't even noticed that Remy had woken. Remy glanced around, trying to assess her situation. She was still wearing the outfit she took to bed. Her exposed skin had goosebumps from the cold, damp air, and she shivered. Aisling attacked her father's manor in the middle of the night, and none of them were prepared.
Hey, Dennis, how you
Remy
doing?
swore under her breath as she realized that her gear must have been left back at her father's manor. Remy began looking around frantically for something to cut herself free with. Awake, I see? Aisling noticed her finally. Hey, you filthy murderer, Remy shouted back at her. What do you think you're doing? Aisling turned, letting the cube-like object down. We're going to see the king, she explained. Well, me and all these incriminating documents here. She nodded behind Remy in the direction of the torchlight. Remy looked and found a table-like outcropping piled high with disorderly papers. Steel glinted from where a switchblade had been used to mark her place on one of them. Why do you need me? Remy made herself sound as petulant as she could. It wasn't hard, what with her feathers soaked through with moisture and pressed painfully against the rock behind her. You already have what you need. You've got the evidence. Just go. You're my guarantee of safety, Moretti. If that bastard Malik survived, he's going to be coming for me. But when I let him know you're traveling with me, I'll have to remind him your safety can't be guaranteed if I'm threatened. I'll waltz right into the Elenian castle without a fight. Remy looked across the room at Aisling's makeshift desk. Stolen documents were piled there, many splattered with blood. Hey, so, while you were searching through all that incriminating stuff, did you happen to read anything about Theodosian? Aisling blinked with surprise and then nodded absently. Yeah, actually. Something about a cult. It wasn't what I was looking for. Why do you care? Remy didn't answer and instead began twisting her legs beneath her, one after the other. Aisling hadn't done a very good job with these knots. Enough persistence and she could probably get the rope loose enough to get one of her legs out. You're completely delusional, by the way, Remy said. What? Aisling advanced on her. The hell do you mean? Well, Remy disguised her continued wiggling by leaning against the wall and lifting her hands. Balthazar might or might not believe that evidence. Show up on his doorstep with one of his daughter's best friends as a hostage, and he's not going to be happy with you. Remy glared up at her. Balthazar spoke at my graduation, idiot. I was in his castle days ago. Who do you think the king will believe? This close, Remy could see Aisling had her dagger hanging from her belt. If she could only reach it. I don't care what you think my dad did. You've outdone him in 2 days. Murdering an innocent man? Who even knows how many people you had to kill to get in our house? Innocent? Aisling leaned down, screaming at her. Don't you dare put that word in your mouth, Moretti. She said the name like a curse. It doesn't matter what you think I've done. Remy drove her bound hand straight up to Aisling's belly with all the force she could muster. Stunned, Aisling fell over sideways, cursing and grabbing at her stomach. Remy pulled free of the ropes, snatched the dagger from Aisling, and lunged to the desk. She grabbed the ledgers along with the switchblade and took off into the darkness of the cave. Moretti, bitch! I'll kill you! Aisling yelled in pursuit not too far behind her, but the blow to her stomach had her retching on the stone floor. Remy ignored the threat, stumbling into the dark, using the switchblade to cut her bonds as she went. Soon, all light had gone, and Remy was feeling her way forward. Darkness pressed in on her eyes, and she painfully stumbled on her bare feet more than once on the rocky floor. She shivered in the cold, spreading her wings and feeling for moving air. It didn't help. Remy was lost, and somewhere in the dark that crazy girl was trying to find her.
Hey, Dennis, you finished your first campaign? That's awesome. Unlock some good cards? Cool. So, yeah, Remy's managed to escape. She's no longer unselectable. Unselectable. Which is good.
Yeah.
And now we go to listening to the Dark Passenger, which is this little one right here, which is actually back on the music player.
Listening to the Dark Passenger. Far, far above them, thunder began to roll. Constant rain had already turned the rocky path slick and treacherous. But what could they do? Zeke wasn't about to turn back with one of his friends in danger. Two, really. Nightingale wouldn't be herself until the Malum had finished leading them to Aisling. Nightingale's body stopped at the edge of the cliff and pointed down the side. A thin switchback had been cut into the stone there, leading down towards the ocean. It was dark under the water's surface. and its body swelled and gurgled with angry energy. If he slipped, it wouldn't even matter if he hit the rocks on the way down. The ocean would happily beat him to pieces. Nightingale didn't so much look at them as past them. "There's a wave waiting for us near the bottom of these cliffs." Her whole body was stiff, except for her tail whipping about behind her. The longer she was a puppet, the less human her movements became. "We will have to fight again." Zeke wondered if Nightingale could see what this thing was doing with her body when she wasn't in control. He resolved to ask as soon as he got her back. A brilliant strobe of lightning shot across the sky out and over the ocean. A few seconds later came the thunder. "We need to hurry." Patrick began warming himself up by rubbing his hands on his arms. "I'd rather not stay out here longer than we have to." Rook only nodded in agreement. He kept watching Nightingale and always seemed tense, as if he might have to make a move to protect her from the Malamute at any point. Nightingale was unfazed by the rain. It drenched her, causing her long hair to plaster in weird ways around her. Unlike the rest of them, she had made no attempt to taking any cover as they walked. "We're almost there. Just a few more creatures to fight through and we'll be upon Aisling's cave." Nightingale set off and the rest followed.
Okay. More monsters, more problems. Oh boy, we got quite a scenario. This is sus. Do not clean up this encounter after finishing.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so we're about to take some pipe on this one. But we can do that one next time.
Sounds good.
So you already did all your well, you can take all those used tokens off all that stuff on Nightingale.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so all the once per encounter things come back, but the only thing that doesn't come back is flip cards. And we got our free consumables already, so yeah, all I have to do now is just save. And we're good to go.
All saved up.
All saved up.
All right. Well, thanks, bud. Good times.
Yeah, thank you.